Good evening, everyone. My name is Elisa Derrick. I'm the First Nations Student Association representative. I have been in charge of running these Aboriginal Criminology Series. It's been a pilot project of mine this year. We've learned definitely a lot from it in terms of timing and finals for students. So we've had the first one being the Aboriginal Youth Juvenile Justice, and then we have the Generational Healing tonight, and then we were going to be having the Aboriginal Women's in the Criminal Justice System event. However, there's been a lot of losses in the community that that 3 of the panelists are from, so they've asked that we do it to be the grand opening for next year in September. So I do have someone actually really close to me here who will be doing the opening before I continue. Her name is Marissa Nahaney, and I'm sure she can introduce herself more than I can do it.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good? Good to hear.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you very much. I just want to welcome you on the traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. It's an honor to be here. My English name is Marissa Nahaney. My Squamish name is Mechchetem, and I come from the Squamish and Nisga'a nations. It's an honor to be here with delegates and honored guests and all the participants here. This is an important subject to talk about, only because I understand that when Elisa was developing these workshops, she's trying to figure out a way to make it interesting. The title is interesting. So how do you make criminology interesting? Being present. And it's very exciting to see all of you here today because it means that you're taking an interest. And you're probably one of 10 people that are also interested in. So I see these series going on, and maybe there'll be more and more, and you'll need a bigger room. So it's exciting. Thank you for being here. And for me, I would like to sing a song. This song is Azqualia's song. She grew up in Stanley Park. She was told a long time ago that she wasn't able to learn her traditions anymore, and for her that wasn't good enough. So she decided to live in Stanley Park and continue her ways. And this is an inspiration, I find. There's going to be many challenges. There's going to be people who might not agree with you, might choose a different path, might argue with you. But conflict isn't always bad. From conflict is an opportunity. An opportunity is growth. And it's all in the reaction of the conflict. How do you take that? So here's greeting the day. This is just an opening prayer for you to kind of set the tone. Open your heart, open your mind to new ways, new concepts, and allow the information to sink in. Maybe the information you might not take today and apply it tomorrow. Maybe you'll apply it in 5 years. That's up to you. So here's beginning of the day.
Oh.
It's always great to have, I definitely call her my sister, Marissa, to do an opening. It actually, our relationship kind of stemmed the naming of this event. In terms of generational healing, we were on our own healing path 2 years ago when we underwent a kidney transplant, and that was this. It took 4 generations of our families to come together and for us to be able to go to school, to re-embrace our culture, to learn new ways, and it's been amazing ever since to have each other in our lives. So moving more on to the event for tonight. So I do have agendas that we definitely will pass around the room. The panelists will each have 10 to 15 minutes each to tell a little bit about themselves and how they got here and what their life experiences brought them to here and their job position and a little bit about their organization. Then we're going to go into questions that I have listed down, but just like the last event, at any point you can definitely interject and put your hand up. There is going to be an opportunity for the community members who are connecting with us through live streaming as well as Adobe Connect to do the same, and so I encourage you guys to do that. So on that note, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. There you go. You want to start first?
To the oldest guy.
Oh, I'm Arthur Paul. I'm the regional manager for the Native Court Workers and Counseling Association. Nice to see you all here. Thanks for inviting me.
I'm going to talk about.
Oh, you want to talk about the whole thing? I thought you would actually just introduce us first and then start at the beginning. Oh, you're going to start with me.
Oh, good move.
That's Jerry.
That was Jerry. That was the context of starting in the west and then move to the east. Right, Jerry? Okay, so one of the major questions were where did I start and what experiences have I had when I came here? Geez, again, I'm the regional manager for the Native Court Workers. There's pretty much 4 regional managers throughout our province with court workers. We've been around for 40 years. And of the 40 years, I actually started in 1985, 30 years ago. Wow. People are supposed to change their life and career partway in between those in that time frame. And actually I did. I started off as a prison liaison worker, so working in the prison institutions in the interior counties with the Native Court Workers. And did that for approximately 2 years. It's a 2-year contract. I was only supposed to be there for a short-term project. Anybody as Aboriginals understands short-term projects are supposed to only last 6 months to maybe a year if you're lucky. Well, my short-term project ended up being a 2-year time frame. But I worked within correctional institutions and the provincial correctional institutions and assisting individuals getting released from the provincial institutions. After that, I finished my project, and then I actually started working they hired me in a short-term project, again, as a youth court worker in Kamloops. And I did work that position for 6 months, which was wonderful. I thought it was a great concept and a great idea, and I still believe that youth court workers should be throughout the province. Finished that contract and went on for a 6-month contract for family court workers. So I did actually family work as well in the courthouses. And then finished that contract, and I was hired once again for 1 year as a native court worker, where I worked in criminal court only with just natives, dealing with provincial charges only. Jesus, where does one person go after that when you've done pretty much that? But how did I get there? How did I actually get to the point where actually they hired me? They looked at me Monday or Friday afternoon and they said, Art, we want to hire you as a prison liaison worker. And it was a friend of mine who came up to me who was in the position and said, you know, you'd be really good as a prison liaison worker working for the Native Court Workers. And honestly, I'd never really heard of the organization in any form or fashion, didn't know what they do. I didn't know how they did it, didn't know where they worked. I had no idea. So I really didn't want to apply. And the main reason my friend came to me and asked me that, because I used to be a collector bailiff. So I had the idea of actually working in the courtrooms already, because I was suing people for student loans. Collecting student loans, taking your puppies from you. But, because you get a lot of money today for that. But, so I worked for a couple of years as a collector bailiff and pretty much didn't really enjoy that job a whole heck of a lot. The last job was a horrible one. And I was kind of looking for a way out. At the same time, I was running my own businesses. I've owned businesses since I was 16 years old. So working for somebody was nice, but working for myself was even better. And pretty much a regular day job was pretty much one where I just wanted to collect the meat and gravies, the potatoes, as a paycheck just to pay off the balance or my running to live on and have fun on. The rest of it was pretty much to reinvest back into companies. So what did I do after I left the court workers, after I finished my term positions? And I think a lot of Aboriginal people still do that today. We have term positions. And I've been lucky for this last 16 years. I've been in term position for the court workers as a regional manager for 16 years now. But after I left, I actually started working for myself. And lo and behold, my band came to me and said, geez, you know, how'd you like to be a band administrator? And I went, sure, I think I can do that for a little while. I did it for 10 months and went, I can't do that anymore. It was too hard, as some people attest when they work for your reserves. After I left that, I went back to working for myself because I found it was much easier. Came back, went to school, got my BA in business administration because I thought that was going to make me a better entrepreneur. Seriously, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work. It makes me a good manager, great manager. But as an entrepreneur, it sucked. It didn't help me at all. It gave me some accounting concept to say, yeah, you're really robbing from Peter to pay Paul a lot, and you shouldn't do that. I came back to Vancouver because I just didn't want to live in the interior anymore. I love the big city. That's why we're all here, is we love the big city and go to school here. So when I came back, I decided I'll apply for a position because I had all my businesses in Kamloops, sold them all, and I figured I was going to travel the world. When I moved to Vancouver, I got convinced by a friend of mine to stay here. And so I applied for a federal parole officer position. I worked that for a couple of years. It was great. And then I decided I didn't want to work for myself, or I didn't want to work for somebody else. I wanted to work for myself. And came back out again, and lo and behold, the court worker said, hey, how about coming on our board of directors? Sure. What does that entail? I was a board member for 3 years. I was the executive director for the Friendship Center for 5 years, and then back at the court workers again as a regional manager. Went to SFU, criminology. What does one do when one has a BA and it doesn't really work for the job, or being an entrepreneur? You go back to school and you take criminology. Wonderful, great class, wonderful course, the whole bit. I came back and used what I learned in criminology to teach court workers how to better service their clients in court. The procedures, not the context of the cultural and traditional part of court, but the procedures part of court, which worked out beautiful. For a couple of years now, we've been actually doing national court worker training programs right across Canada. So we actually teach court workers right across Canada, because British Columbia is the only province of court workers who actually stand up and speak in court. Cool. Because we're the only province who actually, in the organizations, actually got an order in council that actually we can speak in court. And we're trying to get the other provinces to do the same thing, but they're having a little bit of difficulty with that. So one of the questions I was reading in the program is what kind of programs do we get involved with as court workers for Aboriginal offenders? Well, as you heard earlier, my first job was a prison liaison worker, and that program ran for quite a few years. We've had the program running. Difficulties with it because Aboriginal programs don't get that much money. So what corrections did was they absorbed the position into corrections, and now the prison liaison workers are actually correctional staff. Kind of took away the meaning of actually prison liaison work, Aboriginal liaison work, but they're now actually corrections staff. As an organization, we're going to try to help them with that. So what we did was we figured I can't do anything with the provincial corrections. So what I did was I developed a national federal correctional officer training program for Aboriginals and developed a manual specifically for that purpose. And we actually handed it back to the feds, to the province. And we put on a national training program for Aboriginal federal correctional officers. We trained 50 students, and out of 50 students, all 50 were hired. Cool, huh? I think we hit the mark. Less than a year, 25 quit. That's not the job you really wanted. They wanted. Another year had gone by, and another close to 20 actually quit because it wasn't the career aspirations that they were specifically looking for. It's a hard job. So right now, for the last 7 years, we've actually had 7 Aboriginal people still employed and still working as a federal correctional officer. 2 are actually in management. Actually, we're a part of helping train them to become managers. It was a really good program. I really enjoyed it. Wish we could do some more, but I don't know if corrections wants to hire 50 more Aboriginal people. But then you look in the paper right now, or BC Jobs, and there's actually 1 position open for a correctional officer in Maple Ridge. Go figure. We helped develop restorative justice programs close to, 15 years ago when I first started back in 1996. We developed a video training program for restorative justice programs throughout BC. Excellent program. We've now have 23 restorative justice programs throughout the province. They operate individually from us. So we're hoping that helps Aboriginal people before they go into court and then into corrections. And then we just finished, this last year, we just did a youth leadership program. The question we asked our youth was, we have kids, what I can consider kids because I'm an old guy, 19 years old, running and becoming you've heard, everybody here kind of heard of chief and council, got the idea of what chief and council is. We've actually heard of kids actually going on and getting voted on as a council member, as a chief and council, becoming a council member, making decisions for their reserve, and being a president of a committee. And I just heard somebody saying a president of a committee. So my question was, what actually motivated them to do exactly that? To be 19 years old and actually be voted on as one of the council members? What motivated them to actually be a president of president of a youth group? That was just huge. We finished the project last year, and exceptional program. We'd like to bring it from Prince George, which is the hardest area, working with youth because it was so remote. And we wanted to actually bring it to Vancouver, but the population base is just a little bit more, and there's a lot more youth programs here. And I think we have a leadership program, but it wasn't asking the same question that I was asking. So I'm hoping to approach the youth organization and actually see if they actually take that project on, because I'm not really interested in doing the part for youth. We're figuring somebody else should do that now. So that's pretty much Art Paul. Regional manager, I've gone to school. I got my BA in business administration when I first started. I went to law school for 2 years after I went to criminology. Found out that I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I've heard a couple of people here say they possibly wanted to be one. I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I quit and I stayed with UBC, and I went into the psychology department. I needed to take psychology to figure out why I had this twitch thing and do all the time. I found out why I had to do it, and then I kind of went, geez, must be a part of my history. So I had to go on to my master's and become a clinical supervisor to go, why do I have that other twitch and drink so much coffee? I really don't have the answers for those, but I'm really educated now. But really doesn't, I really don't use it as much as I think I should have. And I didn't actually take it for the job, because I already had a job. I took it because I took it for personal reasons, personal gain, personal knowledge, to see if I could actually go into a class and do what you're doing today. Can I do that? Can I actually meet that challenge? And so I challenged myself, and I did, and I'm really proud of myself. I constantly do this. Every day my boss always gets upset about it. Good job. But actually, I don't really use any of that education any longer. I just supervise court workers now and train them. And because of that, some of my skills, which UBC's used, we actually have articling students that come to the court workers, and they've trained with me. And so far I've had 14 Aboriginal articling students who become lawyers. And they actually don't live in BC. The coolest thing is they actually moved around the world, which I thought was really cool. I'm jealous because one of them is actually working in Australia right now. And she emails me all the time going, I'm having a wonderful life here. I'm going, yeah, I'm still here in Vancouver, still the regional manager, and I'm on holidays. And I should be taking my time and enjoying my life. So that's pretty much our poem. You can ask questions later, you can ask questions now, or we can move on to the next person. Or I could tell you when I was a kid and when I was arrested at one point. Yeah, that was a fun part of my life.
Let's hear that.
Let's hear that. Really, you do seriously want to hear when I was arrested? That's just the funniest. The reason I say it's funny is because when I was younger. I didn't start a normal life as some other people have started. I actually walked away from home when I was 11 years old. I lived in Kamloops, where I'm originally from, and I went to residential school there. And then my mother came to pick me up and took me down to the States with her to live with her in the States. And I seen alcohol abuse and addictions there. And at 11 years old, I walked away from the house. I didn't run away. People say, you run away. Yeah, I just walked away. I actually got lucky and found a Burmese family that actually adopted me. Happens to be Dr. Mayan Guy, who is the master of bando kickboxing, who happens to be my stepfather now. I grew up with him for 11 years. I took martial arts for 35 years. I've been in a martial arts field. But at 16, I was standing on a bridge after a martial arts tournament, looking over this bridge in Omak, Washington, looking down at the water because there's a fish run. Did anybody know about fish runs? As an Aboriginal person, I didn't know anything about fish runs or salmon runs or nothing because I grew up with Orientals. I didn't really grow up with Aboriginal people. So I was watching this fish run and I heard these two cars stopping behind me. And I kind of went, wow, must be a party or something going on. But it's just halfway in the middle of the day. Kind of turned around and these guns were pointing at me going, get down on the ground. I was like, seriously? I just got into this town. Is this how you greet people? And again, it was, get on your knees, lay down, and spread your arms. And I'm like, oh, sure. I did exactly that because, martial arts is good, but when there's a couple of guns pointing at you, it's not that good. So I went with them. I spent 2 weeks in jail. 2 weeks, 16 years old. Nobody came to visit me. Nobody knew I was there. They asked me some interviewing questions when they took the intake of me, and they never ever contacted anybody. So for 2 weeks I sat in a jail room, there's a little 4x6 jail room, talking to nobody but the guard that kept going back and fed us 3 times a day, and then showered once a week. And at that point in time, I think that's when I first was offered the position as court workers, I went, I really don't think I'd want that to happen to anybody else. So I kind of remembered that from that point on and said, this was actually not good. At the time, though, I was doing tons of sit-ups and push-ups and exercising, and I was doing everything you possibly could do. But you know what? 8 to 10 hours a day of that, after a while, it starts to get bored. You get really boring. And they didn't want to give me a newspaper or anything to read because they were scared I was going to stuff it down my throat and commit suicide. They didn't want to give me a pen because they thought I was going to poke my own eye out. And I'm like, oh. I was like, what about the T-shirt I'm wearing? And they were like, oh, we should actually keep an eye on you. So they used to open up the little window, and surely, trust me, guys, it was an 8x8 foot window. They'd come by and go, how you doing? Oh, doing good. There's nothing else to do but to sit here and stare at these 4 gray walls. I was released. I did actually see the gentleman who stole the car, who I was arrested for. And as we walked past each other in the hallway, I kind of flicked my hand out. I hit him in the head. It's because I was upset because I stayed in jail for his charge. And finally he was caught. And I was let go. And when I was let go, they were just like, have a good day. No apologies, no thank you very much, wonderful time, we're sorry. They just went, oh, we got the guy. You're released. Here you go. So that was my arrest. Never charged, ever. Never had my fingerprints taken or anything like that. But that was something I don't think I'd want any youth person or any person to go through. Especially not having somebody there to talk to you. I spent 2 weeks in there and not talking to anybody but this one guy the whole time. And I never did ever get to know his name. Thank you. Art Paul. In a can. There's tons of stories I could tell. You know what? Let's just Art Paul. Oh, and I'm really thankful because we got the band back.
So is it the other old guy now?
Next old guy? All right.
Oh, you were introducing him by age. Oh.
I said it was the oldest guy first.
Oh, there you go. I kind
He got more gray hair than I do. My name's Jerry Adams. I'm Nishka, which is just High-Inch. I don't know if you know where that is. It's north of Terrace. And I was sent down to go to school down here in Lower Mainland. I was fortunate not to have to go to residential school. I was one of the kids that was boarded out in the early 60s. I had to leave my family. So how did I get into the business of corrections? Was all by accident. I really wanted to be a forester, but I failed zoology, biology, math, so the only thing left was social work, so I took that. And so I went to school here in Vancouver at Langara College, and my first job was in corrections at Brandon Lake, and this is way before your time. It was an institution for young men all across BC were sent there to Nanaimo called Brandon Lake, and there were kids from everywhere. There was a clause in always befuddled me was around in the act, the Children's Act with J, which was incorrigibility. So you could send children away if they were unmanageable. Can you imagine if we did that today? And that was just taken out about 25, 30 years ago. So, I mean, you got young people, young men in there, had no business to be there. Maybe they were not being able to be managed by their parents. They sent them to jail. And much like Art was talking about, these kids had no real charges against them other than just being because they were unmanageable. And to me, that's, sometimes I wonder what laws, who made up laws, who created the laws. Like the laws of sending kids to residential school, now it doesn't exist. Why did we have those laws to send kids to go to school away from their families, taken away? I'm always amazed when I go to court. I hear the differences between the two lawyers talking on the legal aspect of the language. Had nothing to do with the original charge. And to me, I don't get it, and I still don't get it today because it's about what happens in the court. To me, there's beyond the walls of court are the people. We all live together as family. And that's what I try to create in any work I do is develop a family creation for people who don't have family in Lower Mainland. We have children. We have no families, grandfathers, grandmothers here. So, I mean, I don't mind being a grandfather and not grandma, grandfather to many of these children here and being part of their lives. I got many adopted little grandchildren because they don't have that. So we have to create that environment for those children. And it's corrections and our people are very different things. In our language, the Nishka people, Hayuth was our law. It told us about how we dealt with our families. There was a certain system in the different clans that we were in. I'm from the house of Samagit Meneas, which is the Eagle clan, and I've got a name, and that just gives me a status of where I am within the family. And I think to me, the modern laws of today are very different for our people. And I think that really is difficult for us because we're trying to live into two worlds now. And those two worlds just don't mix because the laws are very different. I know the elders will tell you that our traditions are oral. Our traditions were told by voice, but the government doesn't recognize that. Archives Canada doesn't have any records of our oral tradition in their archives. And to me that, again, makes no sense because that's what our people lived by, that's the laws that they carried on, and they taught it to us in our language. And Adawak is kind of our people's laws in the family. And that's how we lived. That's how we're able to survive in our communities. I understand there has to be some kind of measures towards our people that do bad things, but those bad things come out of residential school. Years and years of that is what has happened to our people. They've been taken away over the last 150 years, taken away from their moms and dads. Can you imagine, a mom not being able to celebrate their birthday with their child, Christmas time with their children, Easters, just the celebrations we have today. They didn't have that. They were not able to teach their traditional stories to their children from the age of 6 on. My brother was sent away when he was 6 years old to go to residential school to Edmonton. We lived on the West Coast. They sent him all the way to Alberta. He was 6 years old. He didn't understand why my mom was drunk. And, he, to this day, he said, I finally understood why mom was drinking. Because she was losing her oldest son to residential school. So there's the beginning of our bad history for our people. And even before that, but from my recollection as a person in this lifetime, seeing those children sent to school, I had to go away, but I didn't get sent to residential school. My mom cried through the 2 weeks after we were gone, and I didn't know that until my younger sister told me that. And so those things are really, there's so much history around our laws and what has happened to our people. We didn't get the vote until 1960. There's so many things that have happened here, even in some of your lifetime. I don't know who's anybody born in 1960 other than Dennis over there. But I think it's just the jump we've had to take in our history to learn different things, the language, the foods, the understanding of who we are as people. We lost all that. The only thing I could speak when I was growing up was Nishka, up to 6 years old. So I went to school not understanding English. So when they asked me my name in school, at that time my grandparents I was living with were in Fish Canyon. I was living with some family friends. So they asked me what my name was, and all I could think of was my grandfather's name, Anthony, and the people I lived with were Tates. So apparently I gave the name Anthony Tate at 6 years old to school. My first report card came back, and my grandparents were looking and saying, "Who's Anthony Tate?" That was me. It's just the whole system. They didn't understand. They didn't understand us. They didn't understand me. And am I angry about that? No, I think my mom wasn't, you know, my grandmother wasn't angry about that. They were hurt by it. They never heard the apology from Harper. And that apology was kind of a useless apology because there's no substance in it. You know, the very little funding they gave was to pay the poor elders a bit of money, 20,000, 25,000, even 100,000 is nothing for what they've lost as people, as human beings. So they had to relive their aches and pains as people. They had to relive their broken hearts as children. And so the old laws and then the new laws trying to correct that still didn't help our people, still didn't work for us. There was no healing for our people. There still isn't any healing for our people. We're still a hurt nation. You know, on this table, we've all had violence happen within our family in the last year. My nephew got beat up on New Year's Eve last year. We all lived that, and we're also trying to be professional and working in the community, trying to help our people and trying to understand how we can help them. But we also live those aches and pains throughout our lives. I had a niece, she committed suicide. And, you know, today I still don't know why I do know why she did it, because she was a lost soul. Her heart was broken. Nobody cared for her. And we tried to, but it was too late by then. And I think there's more stories out there. I can guarantee you, in our families here, our friends sitting here will know stories like that and feel that pain. You know, I think laws are good to help us through some problems, not to be punitive. There's a difference. To work with the people, you have to help them back, reintegrate back into the community. I know the people in this room are the converted ones, and I thank my friends there. They're very good with our brothers in the house where I work with. I work in a halfway house, a 17-bed resource called Circle of Eagles, and they come to our house, and probation officers come to our house. It's kind of a very much a home feeling to Circle of Eagles. And I think that was requested by the elder Marge White, who started this all. Marge White started this 40 years ago, the first halfway house for Aboriginal people in BC. That's pretty amazing when you think 40 years ago, this little wee woman, she started all this, and she's got a lot of history in her. She was a former judge as well, and I wish she was here at the table with us to talk with what she's done. Maybe you want to bring her back next year, and just she's got so much information in history that we need to learn from her. Thank you, Marissa, for the prayer.
Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, I haven't ever used it.
So, yeah, and I think it's, for me, I got into Circle of Eagles Lodge because they were looking for an executive director. Marge was wanting to retire. I was trying to retire. I was younger than her, so they said, well, you have to go and she has to retire. But Marge is not really retired. Marge is a going concern. She works for Section 84, and I'm sure my friend here will talk a bit about that as well. She's a founding member for the Friendship Center societies, like, but the key thing, she listened to the men in corrections on what they needed to do when they got out. Getting out of prison, if you've been in there 20 years, your whole life is prepared for you in jail 24/7 for 20 years. You come out, you come to Vancouver today, they're frightened. They're little boys who've lost track of time. They've come back to the community. It's not, when they got incarcerated, was mainly Caucasian society. Now it's a mixed bag South Asian, Indo-Canadians, Asian, and so they think they're in a foreign country. I mean, it's just so changed for them, you know. Can you imagine that you go in and the whole city changed them? They're little boys when they come to me. They're scared. They're not, sure they got big muscles and they're tough, you know, they can beat the crap out of me. But they're scared little men. They're scared little boys. They come to our house, we try to give them a freedom, a place where they can reintegrate into the community. Small things, like we give them a little birthday party for them, good food and cake and you know, presents. And one of the guys said, we never got that before. This is a 45-year-old, never had a birthday party for them. Same with Christmas. We gave them Christmas presents, and they're always grateful for that. Before, they used to just get pens and papers that they can do their notes on. We gave them actual stuff that they can use and have fun with. We take that all for granted as free people. We take that for granted, that they know what they're doing when they get out into Vancouver. They don't. And I got my good friends who help and assist them to do the transitioning. Doug does, and the three young ladies over there, you know, one comes and cooks with them and teaches them how to cook. They enjoy that. There's a relationship with these people, and they're interacting as human beings, not as a guard. And like Art was saying, you know, they're guards. They're doing a job. Here, they start to feel there's more to life than being in jail. There's more to life than, you know, worried about what's going on behind you. That somebody might stab you in the back. You know, and then now we can start slowly reintegrating to relationships. And relationships are real difficult for them. They don't know how to relate to people, and especially women. These guys, you know, somebody will smile at them nice and they think that they fall in love with you. And it's not because they just never had that experience. When you go out with men around you 24/7, that's all your relationship is with. And you don't get to really relate to them. It's not a relationship. So when you get good workers talking to them and making them feel at home, making them take care of themselves, to me that's what we need to do as a Circle of Eagles. Talking about tradition, tradition is family. Family is what we need to give back to them. Our spirituality. Dr. Martin Brokenley talks about having to be spiritual so that you can get back and be part of our community again. So I mean, and then the biggest thing for me is having fun. We don't have fun with people we work with. No, we don't. We work with them as clients, and I don't see them as clients. Excuse me. These guys are needing loving, caring, and understanding. Somebody who can nurture them back to being human beings again and feeling like a human being. You know, hugging them. I mean, it's foreign to them. You know, but I hug them. These big guys, you know, they don't mind me hugging them, you know, because I do care for them. They know that. Marge does too. Marge is just, like I say, this you can't believe how small she is, right? Lucky if she's 96 pounds, but she can give a 6'5", 250-pound man heck and make him scared of her because she cares for them, and they know that. And I think that's what I'm trying to carry on in the tradition at Circle of Eagles, is that tradition that March has brought on to be caring and nurturing. We have to give that back to them. So laws really are important to keep peace. Laws are important to keep things in parameter, but not to get them back all the time, not to pay back. And I think Canadians don't understand when you see the newspaper writing about, Gladue reports, and Gladue letting this young fellow off for beating up a bus driver. To me, that they don't understand what we're trying to get to. They have to look at the young fellow's history. What's wrong with him? What happened to him? Why was he like that? And there's so much pain in these fellows that I work with. They've been abused since they were little people, and a lot of them are, they're hurting. They're abused by their families, by the community. Anybody under the sun they were abused by. And we've got to look at that. Because I was one of those people who said, throw those guys away in jail. I mean, now they've got access to their records, I look at their history. And it's horrific what these guys have grown up with. You and I couldn't survive that. The pain. And it's I can't describe it other than being very horrific for these poor guys. And it's a wonder they survive. It's a wonder that they are here today to be able to talk to probation officers or parole officers and myself and Laura Baird, who does a lot of work with these men as well. She gets them out of here. And Doug helps them transition back into the community with his programs. So we all work together. We try to be a team to help these guys reintegrate into our community again. So as for me, I'm a fortunate man to be able to have the trust of these men to believe in me, that I can work with them. That's where I get my strength, is that they believe in me, that I can help them. And I think that's where we have to distinguish that law and the people care. We have to make it equal again, not from up here all the time. They get enough social workers, police officers, judges on their throats. We have to give them back their dignity. And we haven't done that. That's why you have 1 in 4 men and women in jail. Those numbers, and only 4% of the Canadian population. That is why we are needing to really look at the system. Even the government, I know I'm bad-mouthing correction services, but the numbers of money given to Aboriginal services is very small compared to the numbers of men and women in jail. And I think, to me, that's wrong as well. I'm grateful for what they're giving us, but there needs to be more. And I think, like I say, these are the converted here in this room, and I thank you for listening to me on my relationship.
You?
He's not the one, it's you.
Wish you were ladies first. I'm a gentleman.
Excuse me, Ken, why did I go? What are you saying?
Okay, you guys, I'm going to start. Well, I'm glad to be here tonight. I thank you for this opportunity to speak here in traditional lands that aren't my own. I'm a Cree woman. I come from Saskatchewan. My Indian name is Walking Medicine Deer Woman. My married name is Laura Baird. And yes, I'm related to Tsawwassen First Nation. Everyone asks me, are you related to the chief of Tsawwassen and the former chief? I am. She's my sister-in-law. I'm married to her brother, Mike. So I'm going to take you back a bit, talk about where I come from and how I was brought up. And Jerry and I and Art and Doug are all very similar in our backgrounds. I too came from Saulteaux First Nation. It's in Saskatchewan. I grew up in North Battleford. My mom was an alcoholic. My dad was an alcoholic. My whole family were alcoholics. I think all of us were in foster care at one point or another in our lives whenever things were a little bit unmanageable at home. In would come foster care and out would go the kids. I remember the last time I saw my mother when I was young. I was about the age of that young man up there, and she stood outside the courthouse and watched us go in. And that was my mom, a big, beautiful woman. She had this blue dress on, and I looked at her and I was like, that's my mom. So the judge took us into chambers, and there was 6 of us little kids, and She was giving us all up because they told her that had to happen. She had to give up her kids. She couldn't care for them. So I have a little dress at home, and it's a pretty small little dress, and it's my only memory I have. She wore blue and I wore pink, and that's the last day I saw my mom for a long, long time. So what I didn't know that night or that afternoon is that my mom went to jail. My mom went to jail for killing my dad. And, you know, I was never mad at her for that. I was never, I didn't hate my mom because of that. I just lost my mom. So when Mom went to jail, we grew up in foster care. We got to go back to the reserve. We got to spend Christmases on the reserve. We got to go to Soda. We got to go to grandma's. And I had lots of grandmas, you know, because my grandma really couldn't take care of us. So when we got to the reserve, we got to hang out at this place or that place or this place. But, you know, there's a lot of really good memories I have of that time in my life. So I should tell you that throughout my life, I've had 8 different name changes. And it's all to do with adoption. It's all to do with foster care. And it's all to do with growing up in an Aboriginal community. And you know, it was tough. My original name is Mabel M. Martel. I don't tell too many people that, but, you know, I'm proud of my name that my mother gave me. When I saw my mother in Calgary 6 years ago, she said to me, she said, Mabel. And I was like, yeah, that's me. She said, did that mom love you? I said, I only had one mom, and that was you. So my mom speaks fluent Cree. So for her, it sent a big smile on her face, and I was happy for her, you know. She got that acknowledgement that giving up her kids for adoption at that period of time or foster care was not something that she had to carry any longer, that pain or that guilt. So I actually came to a family in Saskatchewan. I became their foster daughter, and they were the Taves family. They're a Mennonite family. So I was a Mennonite Indian Cree woman. That makes sense. I could cook cabbage rolls. I could cook pierogies, but I also could skin out a deer, which I was quite proud of. So most of my time was spent going to a school called Mayfair Central School. I was the only Indian. When we had Indian Day, I was it. So they would put me in front of the classroom, and everybody would ask me Indian questions, which was kind of, at my age, was really kind of embarrassing. So growing up in that school, I got my grade 12, and, you know, I was, my English, my math, you know, had the ability to be extremely brilliant, but at that time in my life, I just didn't want it. I had an Indianness about me that kept stirring, and growing up in a white community, you can't put that to rest. So I left Mayfair, Saskatchewan, and Saulteaux First Nation, and I came down to Saskatoon, Regina, and I met my first husband. The story gets really interesting. So I have a daughter. Her name is Crystal, and, you know, we spent. It was a good time in my life. At age 19, I had Crystal, and went, as soon as Crystal was old enough, 5 years later, I went to work for, oh God, I hate to say this, but I was a constituency president for the NDP for Regina Dooney. So, and I was young, and, you know, and I think back about it, I think, well, I was Indian, and that's what they needed. From there, I went to work for the Minister of Finance. I went to work for the Minister of Education. I went to work for the Minister of Treasury Board and the Deputy Premier of Saskatchewan. So that's how my career started. Okay, I remember I had my grade 12, and that's how my career started. So off I went, and down the road I went. And as an Aboriginal person, and coming into this environment, I wanted to be perfect. Like, I wasn't going to be like my mom who drank and did this. I had to be the best at everything. And I pushed and I pushed and I pushed. And, you know, Aboriginal people that go through that, we become overcompensators. And that was me to the T. Everything was perfect. Everything was organized, even down to my men. My husband was gone, and that was it. I wasn't going to have any more of that. But there was a lot of the stuff that Laura had to deal with that wasn't being dealt with. So I left a really good job in Saskatchewan to go south of the border to work for Kevin Costner's casino in Deadwood, South Dakota, because I was in the casino industry in Saskatchewan as my last job as the communications manager for Casino Regina. So when I left and went down there, I decided I didn't think I wanted to work for government anymore. So it was just Crystal and I came back, spent about a month in Regina, and I had an aunt in Kelowna that was sick, and I said, that's it, I'm going to come out to Kelowna. And the rest is history. I said, I'll never apply for a government job ever again. The money ran out, and within a month, I was applying at Indian Affairs, and I was hired probably the first week. So I became the assistant to the Nisga'a Treaty was part of where I worked. So it was kind of interesting because I still had that overcompensating, you know, I could do everything so good. My boss called me in one day and he said, you know, Laura, you're the best that we've ever had at this. Absolute best doing this job. Everything's so organized, so complete, so together. But one thing's missing. There's something about you that you need to deal with. And if you don't deal with it, you're not going to have a job here. And being so perfect, and wanting to be so perfect, and thinking I had to go home and I had to have a really good think about that. You know, what's wrong with me? So the next week I went out and I saw a counselor and I started looking at some of the things in my past that I needed to deal with and that I had to lay to rest. So I'm a victim. And, you know, I say it proudly now. At one time I couldn't say that. I couldn't talk about it. I'm a victim of abuse. I'm a victim of several forms of abuse. And I've come back from it. And after I had my counseling, to lay it out on a fire pit at the beach and burn my memories and to kind of let it go, it gave me something to bring forward in my life. So when I was at Indian Affairs and I came back and they said, you know what, Laura, you have changed. You've made those changes in your life. And I continued to make those changes. I was still a little bit organized, you know, and I had figured everything out, you know, and my car was paid for, my child was doing good. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this man came into my life. And I wasn't expecting that. That kind of really screwed me up. I didn't know how to deal with the relationship because I was so organized, and that just wasn't in my books. So I got shipped off to Tsawwassen First Nation to be the EA and spend some time there, which I did, and that man happened to be in Tsawwassen. So the rest is history, that part of it. I left Tsawwassen First Nation because it became a conflict of interest to be dating the chief's brother. So that was something, you know, I would never have done, except it just sort of happened. So all said and done, I came to urban Vancouver, and that's how I know a lot of these people here. I know Dennis, we worked together. I know Jerry, we've worked together too, and I know Art too. So I went to, I went to work for Vancouver Aboriginal Council. It was run by a gentleman named Blair Harvey. It was an umbrella organization that pulled together all the Aboriginal agencies in Vancouver and gave support to them so that they could be collective in their approach in working with First Nations people in urban centers. I really enjoyed that job. I got to meet a lot of people and work with every age group of Aboriginal men and women in our communities. I met these guys there, and this little woman named Marge White. And Marge White, I kind of got along with her. She was pretty awesome. And then one day she said, why don't you come over and fill this contract I just got? She says, it's in corrections. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no worries. And that was in 2001. And I've been in that job ever since. So I went from being a EA to the Deputy Premier to working in jail. For me, it was quite a change. I didn't get a lot of training when I started as the Aboriginal Community Development Officer for Section 84. And I'll explain that and what that's about. I had 2 days training with a gentleman from the island and three other men, in a room. We sat and we talked about what we were going to do. So they decided that the first jail I was going to go to was Kent Institution. It's a maximum security jail for men. It's PC or protected custody and general population, two different areas, right? I'd never been to jail. My mom had been to jail, every member of my family, but I had never been to jail. You know, like, how was I going to do this? I knew what I had to do. I went marching in there, and wow. I'll tell you, it was quite a shock the first couple of times I went in. I couldn't be afraid. One thing Marge said to me when she taught me and she brought me into this, she said, we work with men and women. They are our brothers and they are our sisters, and we always have to acknowledge them as that. So when I came into corrections to to work the cases and to know the history and the background, Marge always told me, you go and you meet the brothers before you look at their background. You let your heart tell you who you're working with first. Then you go back and you look at the file and find out how you're going to work that all together. So when I went to Kent, I met some of the brothers there, and like Jerry says, we talk about where they come from, what their pasts are about, and the fact that so many of them come to jail as young men and leave as young men. It was profound for me to see it. I think as I've grown in this role and developing the Section 84 process, starting to work with men at Kent Institution and working with them all the way through to a lower security and then finally out into the Aboriginal community, it's a positive experience. But I'll tell you, there hasn't been a day gone by that you don't have something that stays in your heart with every individual person that you've worked with. There isn't one bad individual that I've ever met. There's one man that said, hey, I want to be bad, but he changed his mind. I always found something in every one that I worked with, and I've worked with lots of men and women in the Aboriginal community. There is always something that you see in them, and that's something that Marge White gave to all of us, I believe. It's just a gift that she has to see that. And working in our role, or in particular my role, it's not a job to me, it's a way of life. You guys are going to laugh at me when I tell you this. I'm a recent graduate of Criminal Justice Studies from Royal Roads. I just graduated last year. I went back and I got my degree. I had a need to, all my experiences, I actually had to have them legitimized for me, because I had so many experiences, and when I sat down and I talked with people, everything that was in here wasn't coming out in the way that I wanted it to. So with the extra help from Royal Roads, I was able to put that out and put it on paper and talk about what the future would look like. I think one of the important points I think that Jerry pointed out, when we work with these men and women that are coming to the Aboriginal community, they start out at a certain point in their lives, and I shouldn't laugh about this either, but one of the funniest things, we talk about long-term incarceration, where we start with a young man coming into the institution, coming out when he's 35, 40 years of age. I had this one man that was at Circle of Eagles, and he had been in for 14 years, and he came out, and he was going out. It was Friday night, he was going out, and I'm like, hey, well, that's good, you're going out. Are you going out to where? Oh, I'm going to a dry dance. So he said, I'm coming down now. So he comes down the stairs, and he's got on these high-top running shoes, and he's got on these tight pants, and he's got in this mullet haircut kind of thing happening. And this was 2005 or 6. So I said to him, I said, well, you know what? And then he puts on his little jacket. He says, well, how do I look? I'm like, well, you know what? It was okay back then, like in the 80s, but now we got to change things. And we got, so a lot of the men, things have changed a lot for them, and they don't recognize it, and they don't see that. The hardest thing was to get them to use 604 in front of the telephone numbers that they dialed. A lot of the guys didn't know that. I also worked with 3 guys from Vancouver that had over 65 years of incarcerated time, 3 of them, okay? And Jerry will remember this one. They got on the SkyTrain, because they'd never been on the SkyTrain. And they rode the SkyTrain up and down all day. I'm like, well, what are they possibly doing? And I couldn't understand that. But they were out there and they were riding the SkyTrain. So, the biggest thing in our role, in my role in particular, is that respect that you have to have for where they've been, what they haven't seen, and where they're going to go in the very near future, right? So I just want to talk about what the Section 84 process is about. So as my role of ACDO, or Aboriginal Community Development Officer, I work with men and women who want to go home to their Aboriginal community. And that's something that they like to do. They want to go to Tsawwassen First Nation. They want to go to whatever community. But they don't know how to engage the community in that conversation. It's very difficult to call up the band office and say, hey, I want to come home, but I'm over at Kent right now, so can you wait a couple years, right? It doesn't work like that. So in 1992, the government, and Marge White was part of that too, they did a consultation process, and they looked at a way of bringing Aboriginal offenders to their communities. So when I started this role and kind of developed it, Marge wanted us to have direct consultation with Aboriginal communities. So I'm responsible for Vancouver and area, New West Parole, Surrey Parole, all the way up to Seychelles. So all those Aboriginal communities, including the community of Musqueam First Nation. So any offenders that want to go to an urban or semi-urban community, we develop a process of consultation with their home community. And what I do is I write a letter to the community, and I take that letter on their behalf to the chief and council, and I say, okay, this is what this man or woman would like to do. This is what this individual would like to do. This is how they'd like to come home. Is there a way that we can bring them back to the community? And I can tell you it's a real tough pull, because a lot of communities are communities in healing. So they're not at a point where they want to bring somebody in unless we, as a community or as a collective, can be supportive together, and that we can look for options. So what we do is we come up with a release plan, and I've worked, and Jerry's aware of this, what Marge does, sits down and develops a release plan that would work in urban Vancouver, would work in Musqueam Indian Band, would work in Squamish. Whatever available communities come and say, yes, we'd like to enter into those type of consultations, we develop the plan. The plan addresses risk management and their key areas of focus, and takes care of the areas where they don't have that support. So we come in and we give that to them. I think that I look at the age group of the men and women that we work with, and like I said, I started working with some pretty young individuals when they came into the system. And a lot of the men do come in at 17, 18, and when they go out again, they are 17, 18, and that can be 10 years later. So I think of the things that we could do in a preventative way, and even in my own community, and I think, well, what can I tell communities about working with young people prior to them coming into the correctional system? And Jerry, again, speaks about family and love and understanding and having them be part of something. One of the main things that the men tell us is they are so-and-so from nowhere. They have no background, they have no roots, they have no ties. So they don't know where they're from. They have no mother and father. Mom and dad is a name. The bottom line is a lot of the mothers and fathers from the Aboriginal communities, they're not really from there anymore either. They lost their traditional languages, their connection with their communities, with residential school in one form or another. So when we talk about consultation for young people, we're talking about consultation for the whole family. I did a hearing, I guess what you call it, for full parole in Seychelles. And this man's family was present. We did a whole longhouse ceremony. It was quite elaborate. And I got a blanket, and I wanted to bring that today and tell you guys about it, but I'm just going to tell you what it said on the label for me was, this is to Laura Baird, the day that the Higgins family got parole. And for me, it was profound. It was absolutely profound. How they acknowledge that when a man or a woman goes to jail, doesn't matter what age, their whole family goes with them. They're all in jail. So I think that at Circle of Eagles, the Aboriginal programs that they have, they are a facilitator for the Aboriginal, the Aboriginal wing of what we do with BAJAC, and they have a sweat lodge on location, Ashley Anderson Lodge. They have an elder. They have an Aboriginal content to everything they do. And a lot of it is traditional and cultural teachings, which they promote in that environment all the time. From the simplest things as a Haichka or a Osiam or a Miigwech is really important at Circle of Eagles, and it's what gives the men and women grounding. I was at Circle recently and noticed that one of the men whom I never thought would ever be a continued supporter of a circle. I applied to do his initial Section 84, and I read it, and I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know how I can ever take care of this man out there in the community. And he got to full parole, and he's coming back, and he's a supporter of Circle of Eagles, and he's a carver, and he's a canoeer. And I looked at that, and I thought, wow, that's what Circle of Eagles is about. It's an Aboriginal community within a community, and it gives something for our men and women that don't have a community to go to. It gives them a place to be. So Doug's going to talk to you a little bit more about what programs look like, because that's his part of the gang, I guess. I did want to talk to you a little bit about future deliverables and kind of what we want to look at for community consultation. And encouraging Aboriginal communities to participate is not just my role. I think it's one for all of us as Aboriginal people. If you want your communities to be involved in what happens with your future, and that as young people, and to be there, like Art said, as members of council. We have a chief. He's younger than my daughter, and I'm proud of that. So that's where, if you want to be part of what happens in your communities and building better futures, that's a good place to start, is to be up there and working with your elders. So in the very near future, I do believe that we'll have entered into consultation with all of urban Vancouver and area so that we have a collective of Aboriginal communities coming together. I want to see more involvement of Aboriginal women, youth, and also elders in our community. It's important that Aboriginal people, as youth, that you have a say in what happens in your future. So we have a vision to, as a correctional service candidate employee, and my personal vision is to enhance the role of our communities and Aboriginal people in what we do. So I think we all agree that that's, like Marge said, it's the elders of our communities that say the healing comes from within Aboriginal communities and Aboriginal people. There's not a book written about how an Indian is. Their Indianness is about them, and it's the elders that will teach them how to take care of that. So our deliverables and our partnership capacities in the near future are endless. It's just a matter of finding the right people to come to the table. So I guess, Section 84 has been around since 2002. We have 41 out right now that are working with Aboriginal communities. Out of the 721 Aboriginal men and women in the BC region that have expressed interest in Section 84 or that are in the BC region, 41 is not a great number. 41 is not a great number. But I'm still here and I'm still plugging away. And Marge says we keep going. And she's my mentor, so that's kind of how I look at it. Want to ask me to add anything? No. Do I want to talk about? No, I'm going to let you talk about VJAC.
I don't know.
It's a program. Okay, you want me to tell you? Doug wants me to talk about VJAC because we keep saying Section 84. Urban Vancouver does not have any reserves in it except for Musqueam and on the North Shore, Squamish. So not everybody belongs to Musqueam or Squamish. So the Aboriginal communities have come forward and they said, okay, what we'd like to do is we'd like to have a committee that acts as an urban Aboriginal community because these men got to go somewhere. So this group, this collective that's come together is called the Vancouver Aboriginal Justice Advisory Committee. And the acronym for that is VJAC. And it is a collective of men and women that give off the side of their desks and out of the goodness of their heart to support men and women on parole. And they're the ones that write the plans, they tell me what needs to happen, and they go to bat for Aboriginal men and women that are coming out. They go to parole hearings, they go to revocation hearings, they do everything. And they do it without pay. Marge is the chairperson of that, and Marge White. And we have members from Musqueam, we have members from Squamish, we have members from Tsawwassen and Urban Vancouver. So it's a positive group, and we've been around for a while. And hopefully in the future, I keep saying that, like Jerry says, we could use a little bit more money so that they could hire another me to actually help them out. So I thank you all, and I'm going to pass it over to Doug, and he's going to do his bit.
So the next little guy. Okay. Hello, my name's Stan's Tall Red Cedar Man. My English name is Doug. My mother comes from Canoe Cree Nation in Saskatchewan, and my father is from Fedora, Alberta. And I am happy to be here on Coast Salish land. Okay, calm down. I guess I'm going to bring this up. One thing I guess I miss, I've worked for a lot of Aboriginal organizations, and I tell you, they joke around a lot. They do. It's funny to get any work done. But anyways.
You don't.
You don't? Okay. It's been a while since I worked for one. So anyways, so my earliest memory that I have is when my mother burnt my hands on the stove. It was one of those old wood stoves, with the old top, and you'd have to put the wood underneath. And yeah, we were eating sugar, and she burnt my hands on it. While being my brother, I was 4. My younger brother was 3, and my older brother was 6. And I don't know why she turned my hands over. I guess I can't remember, but I still have memories because right after that, the ministry came and took us away, and I lived with nuns for 5 years till I was 9. But I can still remember standing in the hallway, and my fingers were bandaged, and they were just, every once in a while I get a smell, and my fingers will start throbbing, and they'll swell right up, and it's like a memory again, right? At the time I kind of blamed my mother, but it was a number of years, 33 to be exact, till I met her again. And by that time I didn't blame her anymore because I knew she went to residential school. And which is really interesting because I met a Squamish elder, and he talked about having his hands burnt on a stove when he was at residential school. So it was something they learned. So anyways, I lived with the nuns for 5 years. Within that time, unlike you, I never walked away. I ran away quite a bit. And we used to, this was in Edmonton, and I lived in downtown Edmonton. Back then, no one locked doors. Me and my little brother, we'd go to the store and steal a box of honeycomb. And back then on the car lot, you could crawl in the back seat of a car and eat your honeycomb and fall asleep, and then go run around in the bush in the daytime. I don't know how many times we've been taken back to the place, but after 5 years, we were given back to my father, and of course he was a full-blown alcoholic, and so was my stepmother. She was from northern Alberta, Wabasca, and that was an interesting time with them. They would take us to the bar every weekend, and they'd go there, and every Saturday, as soon as the bar would open, they'd go there, and we'd have to sit in the car. And it was always, I'll be right out, and then it's closing time, right? And if my dad lost his license because of drinking, then we'd sit in the lobby. And of course, you have all these downtown Edmonton, all this, some of the grubby bars, and here's all these old men walking by staring at you, and yeah, it was weird. And then finally, we were old enough to stay at home, and that was okay until they got home, and then you're always wondering when you're going to get beat, right? And of course, then there's the times when my dad, he was a rig pig, and he worked rigs, and he was a tool push, and he used to work Banks Island, that's north of Inuvik, and he worked there every winter. And of course, my stepmother would invite her boyfriends over, and that's when we just disappeared for the winter, because otherwise it was beatings, right? When I was 12, I started getting into trouble with the police, and I was taken away. And it was really interesting because there's a block, and this has something to do with my story. There's a block in Edmonton. The middle one was the old detention center. That's where youth used to go, and that's where I started my stint with, I guess, my second time being taken away from my family. And I was in there for quite a while. And then after I left there, and after I was sentenced, then they were going to put me in a group home. So there's a place next to it called the Children's Center. So I went there. And I stayed there. I was the longest there, I think. And I celebrated. I remember, we lived maybe 10 blocks away, and my dad wouldn't come visit me. The whole time I was away from home the second time, he never came and visited me once. But after that, I was finally placed in a group home. I mean, that lasted, I think the first group home lasted maybe 2 weeks, because their son would always come home at night, and then he'd jump on our beds, and him and his friends would beat us up, right? So I went and I told my brother, and my brother got a couple of his big friends to drive me back out, and they said, you touch him again and you're a dead man, that type of thing. And of course that night we got another beating, so I just left. And after that, they actually stuck us on a place on the other side of the detention center, which was called Westfield at the time. It was for I think they call it YYC now, and it was for it was like a treatment center for youth. And I spent the rest of the time there until I was 16, because at 16 back in the day, you were considered an adult at 16, whereas today it's 18, right? So I spent the rest of my time there, and after that, when I was released, then pretty much it was just I was in my full-blown into my addictions. Yeah, I mean, it was just drugs and alcohol until then I had a son boy, and my son was born, and I think that's what started to get me to change. I started thinking about, geez, I don't want to continue this. And I think I was still using and drinking for the first 2 years of his life. And then after that, I just said that's enough is enough, right? So I quit. Really interesting thing is when I quit, I had to take my upgrading to get to get into as a mature student into university. So I was working at the York Hotel, and the York is like the Balmoral here in Vancouver. My first night, I was a night guy, and my first night, I just getting off my shift, and this guy comes in, he's stabbed 3 times, right? My first night. And, they lifted up his shirt, and you could see the holes, and I went, my boss is dragging him outside, he's bleeding on the carpet, and I'm going, no. So I called the fire department, which is right across the street, and then the cop shops are right across the street from that, like they're right both there, and here's this guy, he's stabbed, and he's, so I did that. I got enough to get into university. I went to the U of A, and that took me a number of years. Just because, I broke up with my daughter's mother, and then I tried going back, and then my brother died of an overdose in downtown Vancouver here, so I quit again. And then the last time it was just, then finally I decided to go back. But before all this was happening, I started working with youth. I was working at an inner city agency. I was a seed program, and I was working with youth. I was running a drop-in center, and I really liked it. But and this is interesting, while I was running the drop-in center, this is 1990, they asked me to go to the adult drop-in in the back. So I went into the adult drop-in, and I was talking with some of the clients back there. I shouldn't say clients. I don't like that word.
Brother.
Some of the people back there, right? And I guess I should say my savior, because this guy had just gotten out of jail, the Edmonton Max, right? He had just gotten out, and he started talking to me about spirituality, and I didn't know anything before. Nothing. And then he asked me, "Do you want to go and smudge tonight?" Because I've never ever smudged before. And I go, "Yeah, I'd like that." So he says, "Okay, meet me here." So I met up with him. I'm going, "Okay, I'll go smudge half an hour. I'll be home watching TV. Yay!" And I forget how many. It's 4 to 6 hours. It wasn't just that. The elder had to give me the teaching, and then he started talking to me about spirituality, and this is something that you don't play with, and the whole 9 yards. And Francis Bad Eagle. I can still picture him, short little guy, he's blood Indian, which is with a Cree. That's the old Cree blood kind of battles they used to have. So after that, I started getting introduced to other elders. I started to sweat, and this whole time I was still going to school. And then I started working for, what was it? Ben Cavro in Edmonton. I was doing youth work and parenting. And it was interesting because I used to take my youth and I used to take them out to the side of the Edmonton Max, and I'd park on the highway, and I said, "Do you really want to go here?" you know what goes on in there? I mean, do you want to spend your life? I mean, there's nothing in there. Nothing. I mean, it's a waste of life. And we'd talk for a while until, of course, the truck would come around and scare us away, right? There's a mobile unit that goes around the outside. So I did that for a while, and then they had a group home. It was half 6 boys, 6 girls, from 1 to 12 years old, and I went there, and the lady said, "You want to start working here?" So sure. So that was my introduction into group home work. And there was a young man, and I'll bring him up later. His name is Jerry Orr. And I met him there. He was 12 years old. Well, he was just a little prankster, that guy. But I mean, he was a good kid. And I worked there for a while, and then my boss went over to the Boys and Girls Club, asked me to go, so I went over there with her, and I decided to go over to Bantero because that was a friend of mine. Because back then, when I was doing some of the work, I decided to have a HIV test done, and it came back inconclusive. And I tell you, I was kind of in shock. So I used to go sit with this guy, and he did 11 years for armed robbery. Go figure, right? I don't know. It's the type of people I'm attracted to, I guess. And we spent the whole 2 weeks talking until my second test came back, and it was clear. I was clear, right? So I was kind of freaking out there for a while. So I went to work for his organization, Bantero, and I worked in a group home there. And I did that for a while, and that's where I met another young man. His name was Jeremy. What the heck was his last name? I just had it. Anyways, his first name was Jeremy, and he was a good kid. And I knew that if somebody didn't talk to him, that something bad would happen to him. So anyways, eventually I left. I went over to it was called the Young Offenders Residential Program. We dealt with young offenders in like a halfway house. And I did that for 4 years. And actually, that's where I met Katrina. Anyway, so I go figure, and here we are. Yes. So I did that for 4 years, and that's when I was completing my degree, working full time, going to school full time because I don't have a life, and I mean after that, I think I quit that, and I went to work for another one of their programs. They had this young lady who. She was in care when she turned 18. She was from Romania. These people went over to Romania, adopted her, brought her back, and when she was about, 11 or 12, she started exhibiting mental health issues. So they go, well, you don't want her. Dumped her onto the government, and she went into care. And she was in this Westfield Yellowhead Youth Center place. And when she turned 18, well, she had to leave, right? But she had no skills. They never taught her, none whatsoever. And her problem was she kept wanting to kill herself. So they had to have somebody in her apartment full time, and just to watch her. And if she's to hang herself, then you had to wait, and you had to cut above the knot because you had to keep the knot intact. You know, it was just like some of the things. I was lucky because she had me and her got along, but some of the other people, I mean, they didn't last. A lot of the staff didn't last. So I think I did that for 6 months. And during that time, I had actually applied for CSE. I applied as a Aboriginal liaison officer. And so I was waiting for that. And near the 6 months, I decided to, this job with this place ended, so I decided to apply for the programs officer job. Anyways, so after I came for the programs officer, then they decided to call me, and they said, okay, well, we want to give you a tryout. So they flew me out here, and I did a mock session. Then they flew me back. And this was on a Friday. They flew me back. On Monday, they called me, said, okay, you passed. You want to take the test? I said, sure. Okay, so you got 2 hours to write it. So, okay, I sat down, and 2 hours later, I was just ready to send it back, and I got a phone call. And here it is, Mission Institution saying, do you want a job as an ALO? And I said, sure, but I'm applying for programs too. And they go, no problem. So a couple of days later, boom, I'm working at Mission Institution as an Aboriginal liaison officer, where I met Gerald, who was actually there already. And so I did that for 5 months, and then I decided to go into programs. So I went to programs at Pacific Institution. I moved over to Pacific Institution. I did that for what, about a year and a half. And eventually they asked if I wanted to go to the community. I said yes. They offered me Abbotsford, Chilliwack. I said no. They offered me Victoria. I said yes. And then at the last minute I said no. And then Vancouver came up, so they said, your last chance, you want it or not? And I said, okay, I'll take Vancouver. And that's where I ended up. I ended up in Vancouver doing programs. During this time, I received a phone call from an old co-worker that was working at, where was it? She was working at Bent Arrow. And there's a website called Deadmonton. Because of the high murder rate in Edmonton, they post all the victims and how they died. So she said that Jeremy was on it.
Oh, boy.
So I went back and I looked at it. Sure enough, there's Jeremy. So I decided to scroll through and see who else I knew, and there's Jerry Orr. And they had a picture of him, so I knew it was him, and he was another victim. So some of the youth that I was working with, I mean, they ended up on this website. I haven't checked it lately, and I don't want to. I think that it's too hard when something like that happens. And then I heard Jerry talking about my boss, Mr. Harper. But anyways, I won't get into that. Okay. So now we're here today. I'm doing Aboriginal programs. What is an Aboriginal program? Well, it's part of the Gladue decision. Prior to the CCRA, which is the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Aboriginal programming was non-existent. It was pretty much, you were in mainstream programming. The Gladue decision came around, and they started looking at why are Aboriginals in the system. So, of course, when you talk about a Gladue report, it's an Aboriginal social history. So they started incorporating that into Aboriginal programs, looking at their history. So why are they like this? What can help? What can help these guys change? And I guess it goes back to, if you look at what happened to me, it was that guy from the Edmonton Max showing me the way, showing me the spirituality, and that's what helped. So Aboriginal programs was born. There was AOSAP, which is the Aboriginal Offender Substance Abuse Program. There was Aboriginal Family Violence. I ran the last one in this area. There was In Search of Your Warrior. I ran the last one in this area, which is a violence prevention program. And these were all geared to Aboriginals and spirituality. They all had a component. So if you go and you look at, we have these things called CDs, Commissioner Directives, right? So we have CD 702, and it all has to do with Aboriginal offenders. So it talks about elders in programs, elders in general population, spiritual helpers, anything to do with Aboriginals, and Aboriginal programming. CD 726, which is the correctional programs. It talks about Aboriginal programs and actually what we do in Aboriginal programs. And this, of course, all comes from the mission statement. of correction and the core values, the first two. We respect the dignity of individuals, the rights of all members of society, and the potential for human growth and development. And the second one, we recognize that the offender has the potential to live as a law-abiding citizen. So, I mean, that's where this all comes from. Oh, sorry. So, we jump ahead to 2010. In 2010, because In Search of Your Warrior is actually owned by the Native Counseling of Alberta and not by Corrections, and other issues, they incorporated a new program called ICPM, Integrated Correctional Program Model, and it was piloted in this region. So what they were finding that was guys were going into RRAC, that's the Regional Assessment Center, before they were pen placed, and they weren't getting programs for like 240, 250 days. When you have a short timer, he's not, I mean, that's a long time when you have a guy doing a 2-year bit. They were also finding, you got to remember, for every program that I named, and there's a lot more, you have to have people that are trained in it, and not everybody was trained in these programs. And if it was a high program, because there's a moderate and a high. Now, if it's a high program, you have to have 2 facilitators trained, and if it's an Aboriginal family program, one has to be male, one has to be female. So there was a lot of things. I mean, a lot of guys were slipping through the cracks. They just weren't getting the programming. They're being released untreated. So Corrections thought about this, and they came up with the ICPM. Now, with the ICPM, they combined all programs. So you're dealing with substance abuse, you're dealing with violence, you're dealing with family violence, and you're dealing with crime for gain. You're dealing with it all in the same program and learning the same skills to work on these programs. Where's I going with that? Okay, so yeah. I started thinking about something. I started thinking about what Jerry's talking about, like the Glad U and this guy, Mr. Louis, with the bus driver and the pain that he went through, and he didn't know what to do. That's what programs are for. We have a lot of guys that don't know what to do, so they come into the programs. So, jumping back again, sorry for flip-flopping, now we have the ICPM. So now when a guy goes into RRAC, he can start programs within the first 40 days. That's a far cry from what he was getting before. Also, there's 3 streams. There's the mainstream, multi-target, everybody. Every program officer takes the multi-target. Then there's the sex offender. That's a different stream. But they also have multi-target training. And then there's the Aboriginal. Now, of course, you have to be Aboriginal to run an Aboriginal program. Hopefully you have some spirituality behind you or some concept of it. And that's what I do. I do the Aboriginal program. I think the big thing for me about Aboriginal program, and one interesting point is, and I heard it from we were talking about some of the old timers, and they fought hard to get Aboriginal programs. They wanted Aboriginal specific programs, and it's the short timers. They don't understand, like some of the things that these old timers had to go through, like these lifers, right? Because it took a long time for Aboriginal programs to come about. But now that we have them, I mean, the guys just, you have the naysayers, but then there's a lot of guys that they didn't have any skills, especially Aboriginal guys, and now they do. Now, that's why I'm in here. I'm going to go back, and I talked about the 3 places in Edmonton. So I was doing a program. I had 8 lifers out of 12 guys. Two of the guys, they actually went through all 3 places too in Edmonton. So I was sitting in my office, one of them come in, and he goes, Doug, we started at the same place. We came from the 3 same areas. How come you're there and I'm on this side of the table? And I just looked at him and I said, choices. It's the choices we make. And that's what I tell the guys. When we're working in programs, it's all about choices. I mean, most of these guys do it anyways. I'm just trying to bring it to the forefront of their mind. Think of the consequences. There's other skills that they can do. I mean, self-monitor, calm yourself down. Is it working? There's no data on this new program yet. It's still coming out, but it's starting to be released. It started in the Pacific region. It's in the Atlantic now, and they're thinking about the prairies and or Ontario. I'm a very spiritual person, as my friend here would know. I belong to the Eagle Society. It's a Sundance group. And we always talk about walking in a good way. And I think for the guys, they know this, and they know that I walk in a good way. And they listen. I don't tell them what to do. I always tell the guys, I'm not your mama. I am not your mama. But here is a set of tools. I do not do your time. I tell them, I don't do your time. This is your time. This is your life. If you want to change, here, I'll help it. If you don't, then don't do it. I like to go the extra step. I mean, certain guys, I guess they have a place in your heart. I'll give them my card, say 24/7. 24/7, you can call me if you need help. If you think that you're going to use. And that's a big thing with our guys. Our drugs and alcohol. If you think you're going to use, give me a call. We'll talk. It's hard walking in two worlds. I mean, I've been called a man. I was doing a program and I walk into a room and there was some guys that weren't CSE and one guy looks up and goes, oh, it's the man. You know, it's hard walking this way. I mean, people call you Apple, right? You know, call me what you want to call me. I know my walk. And I know that I do it in a good way. And I know that it's appreciated. A joke that we have is I got a Christmas card from one of our offenders. He was actually sent back in. But he sent me a Christmas card saying how much he's learned from the program. Oh, I'm going, geez, I hope I'm a better teacher. You went back in. But he has those tools now. And it's whether he wants to use them. He decided not to use them at that time. So I think that correctional programs are working. And I think that what we need, though, is we need more Aboriginal people to step up to the plate and come and work with these guys. I mean, we can moan all about, oh, you know, corrections this, corrections that. I mean, I work for corrections. I like what I do because I'm helping the guys. I don't want any more Jeremys or Jerrys. I don't want any more of those guys. I mean, it's hard enough, right? So if I can change one guy, we'll have one guy not go in. I mean, I think I'm doing my job. And I think that's it. Omatakuya, all my relations.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This is question period, right?
Yeah.
And I'm a curious kind of guy, because that's the kind of guy I am. So does everybody here understand what their goal is, or do you have a goal? By the raise your left hand. Everybody has a goal. They know it's personally where they're going to be, what they're going to do when they grow up. Do we know what they're going to do when we grow up? Because what we're talking about is Aboriginal offenders and such, and you always wanted to figure out what kind of a goal and how you can change people's lives, if you can, in the positions you are in today, right now, where you're students. I just looked at I look at this example of this 17-year-old, you heard about it yesterday on the news, 17 years old is the first millionaire there is. He developed a computer program, but I call it 17. I wish I was him, but I'm not. So how do we change lives as we start to grow older, as we start learning our education and our schooling? Do we have to have the degree? Do we have to have the master's to change lives and create better lives for the children and our future generations? It's always a question I always ask myself. Because I went to school and I did all of this, but I didn't go to school again for the job because I already had the job. I went to school pretty much just for me and understand why I do the things I do. And I used some of that skills of life and experience to actually start figuring out how to change lives and how to actually create better lives and better, I guess, procedures or models of how to change people's lives. And then I thought of, if you remember, I think it's called Anthony's Law from 5 years ago, about 3 years ago.
Right.
Can't work alone, the kid doesn't work alone. Did that family actually have a degree? Did that family actually, they just were a family who loved their son enough, who worked alone and was killed working alone, and they actually changed people's lives. They changed the law. They didn't, you didn't hear about it, they got their degrees, they're doctors, and, they're a politician, and they actually made it. No, they cared. They had one specific goal, had a goal in their life, and they understood their passion. And it's that passion that actually helped them change. So my statement to you is that you guys have a passion. You guys have an idea of a goal where you're going to go and what you're going to do with your career. But it's the passion, once you find it, that's what's going to drive you to where you want to go and get to. Now, the reason I say that is because over the last 15 years we've been working with the court workers, but for the last 6 years, I heard the stories, exactly what our group here was saying, is that these individuals have been going in institutions and coming out. And I try to figure out how to change that, right? Because there's got to be a way, something that we can actually do. What can we possibly do? And how can we use others to help those individuals heal themselves? So 6 years ago, I developed a model. Well, 15 years ago, I developed a model of care, which the court workers use, and we've been using that for the last 15 years. 6 years ago, developed First Nations Court in Westminster, and we used the model of care. And over the last 6 years, 100% of every individual who's come into First Nations Court has been successful by healing. And it's the community. I use that old adage that, it takes a whole community to raise a child. Well, it takes a whole community to actually heal an individual. They can't do it by themselves. And as you heard, that's kind of what the programs are here, is that we've developed programs specifically to help an individual. And that's what First Nations Court is. Started it 6 years ago, and just this morning we found out that we got a grant to actually evaluate our First Nations Court in Westminster. It's a $200,000 grant for the next 3 years, which is totally cool, because we're going to go evaluate the program, which we already know because we already have the data, and we already use the individuals that were successful in court to mentor the new individuals that are coming into court. So they're healing. That process is happening. Because we don't want this to go on any longer. We want to get rid of Section 8184. Sorry, it means your job's gone.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But no matter how good we are, it's still going to happen, because First Nations Court only so far is 6 years in Westminster. But 1 year ago, I started First Nations Court in North Vancouver. The same success, 100%. So the government went, well, geez, the government, that's not too bad. That's really good. But we still keep it under our hats, because we really don't want to share it all at once, because we're really afraid of that one bad mistake that we think we might make. But we've been very lucky. So now, Kamloops, we just started a First Nations Court in Kamloops just last month, my hometown. So that one has to be successful because it's my hometown. So I went out there to that. I went out there to visit that one and train some of the individuals there. And now we have actually another one starting next month in Duncan. The context of training, healing, using a model of care of a team to actually help individuals heal. So the concept is that there was my passion, that was something I looked at, had nothing to do with my education or background. It was just a passion that I've seen that I just did not want to see people go to jail any longer. And there's a reason why people actually commit offenses, is because something in their history, they've been traumatized, and there's an impact of somewhere in their history that actually ended up making them commit an offense. So if there was a way that we could actually stop that, is it restorative justice programs? Is it a part of restorative justice programs? Can you, because I believe everybody here in the room can start a restorative justice program, and it'll be successful if you have a passion to do it. But as you heard, when you heard the story of my mother was in jail, it was a program that I've been fighting for the last 9 years, and it's called Children of Incarcerated Parents. And it's my thought, or my way of thinking, that it's a part of restorative justice, because if you started working with the children who have incarcerated parents, maybe that'll be a healing, and we started a healing process that started. We can start actually stopping the impact right there. So I did a research project, and this is something you guys can do. I challenge you guys to do, because we have correctional institutions everywhere, across Canada anyway. It's actually to see if we can do a research grant and actually how many actual inmates have children that are in the institutions. I know I did Prince George, there was 270 inmates there. 100% of all the inmates had children. Is that a way of actually starting a part of restorative justice, is actually starting to work with those kids? Because those children are impacted. So it's just a challenge to you. Maybe there's a program that you could start. Maybe there's a research grant that you could actually write, or as a team here could actually write, to see how many other institutions actually have children. Because and for 9 years I've been trying to develop the program here in Canada, here in BC. And so far I've been getting every door slammed behind me because there's no funding for it. But I took my cousin in the United States, and we developed a program in the United States, Children of Incarcerated Parents. She now runs and heads up the program that I wrote for her in the States, and now we have 9 states who actually run Children of Incarcerated Parents. But how the United States have agreed and have funded it, seeing that this was actually a way of actually doing restorative justice, and I still can't get Canada to agree. It's just the weirdest thing. But my statement to you is that you'll find a passion. Once you find your passion, you will change the world. You have to be patient with yourself. All the stories in the world, the only one, I always tell every one of my practicum students, I always say to them, who's the role model in the world? Who do you believe is the role model? Who do you believe is your role model? And they always tell me weird answers. Oh, my mother. Oh, my father. Well, you hear some mothers and fathers, and so where they are role model, maybe, maybe not. But I always tell my practicing students to look in the mirror. There's your role model. You remember when you made that first mistake in that first paper that you submitted? Right? You made that mistake. Who was angry at you? Who was more angry at you than yourself? Who judged yourself more than anybody else? You, nobody else. So when you look at the context of passion, you look at the context of role modeling, you look at your passion, just think of that. You're going to judge yourself harder than anybody could ever judge you, and you're going to be the best you could possibly be. But never forget your passion, because your passion is where it's going to make you. It's where you got today. That's why you're here today. Remember, my passion was just getting to go through school, just to figure out why I do the things I do. And I no longer pick my nose. So. Aren't that your masters? Pick your nose. 10 things I shouldn't do in public. That's one. I do the other still, but I'm still working on those. That was my question to you guys. So I thought, one, children of incarcerated parents. Somebody take that on. I'm getting too old to fight for it any longer, so please somebody else take it. Models of care. The context of model care. If I knew, if there's a picture here, I would actually brought the model of care itself and handed it out to you. And First Nations courts. I'm going to the province, and I've been going and hitting every MLA so far to First Nations courts to do 53 First Nations courts in BC. And I'd hope to take it across Canada. But I'm getting old and like to retire, so I'd like somebody else to take that on, not me. So if you get anyone who wants to take it on, it's yours. Hey, there was a question up there. I thought I'd seen somebody was.
You have to go down to, oh sorry, I forgot to tell them that. For the people that are live streaming with us, if you want to ask a question, you actually have to go down to the mic. So Clayton, you can be awesome.
Hey everybody, Clayton Gray. I'm a student at SFU. Take this out so that's okay. I guess it seemed like you were, I'm a big proponent of bottom-up approaches as well. It seems like you were condemning getting inside of the system, going and becoming a professional. Or I shouldn't say condemning it, but saying that there are other ways to go about it. I mean, is that not something we should consider pursuing?
I never condemned it. If I condemned it, I wouldn't have done it. I did it because I did it for personal reasons. I did it for me. I didn't do it for the job or our job. I did it for my personal healing. So I'm not saying that that's for everybody. Maybe I've used my degree specifically to develop and enhance my programs. Maybe I use my degree to actually help counsel and work with the employees that I have to help them understand why they feel the way they do. Maybe it made me a better manager and better supervisor for my staff and training. Because when you look at this table, every one of these individuals work 10 to 12 hours a day, and you will in the future. If you don't, and you do that now because you're in school. If not even longer, some of those probably 16 hours a day because you have school and then you have work. But when you start getting out in the field, you start working in the field, your passion is the one that's going to drive you. Your education is the one that's going to give you the skills for it, and your life experience is the one that's going to continue to keep pushing you on. And your passion is actually going to what's going to really drive you. And your education, depending on the path you choose, is going to help you out. It's going to get you to where you want to be, where you want to be. I already had my job. My job was already there, well paid. I didn't have to fight for my job. I didn't have to apply for my job. I kept to continue going to school. So don't condemn it. If I did, I wouldn't have done it. Hope that answered your question? Yeah?
The medicine that keeps me living, so so for the people that are live streaming with us, if you guys would like to ask questions, if you guys could just wave your hands at any point, or if you come and think of any, then we will interject and you guys can join the session. Yes?
They're not sure if you're talking to them because you're not in the picture.
Oh,
I can speak that way.
okay.
And then let them know they have opportunity or have gotten their initiative to ask questions.
Okay, so I'm going to say this again. If you guys would like to ask a question, you guys can just raise your hand or wave, and Crystal will let me know. We can interject, and your question can be addressed. Okay, perfect. Before we move on to the next question, there was something I've noticed in Aboriginal communities that we like to share stories. And so before we kind of move on to this next question and a couple of questions from the audience, is a story that I would really quickly like to share. And as we've noticed a common theme here of many of what they've experienced is not very much different from my history. Definitely seeing violence, police officers in the home, sexual assault, being a victim and a survivor of that, I can definitely relate to that, and it's something that I've held on for a lot of years, and I've been able to overcome it actually with culture, and it all came really full circle after my transplant, because my leaders were the people who were going to donate their kidneys to me, and they became like a family and someone, a mentorship, because sooner or later we will be in these roles.
Yeah,
we will be working 16-hour days, something that I'm already doing, I can guarantee you that. Not much of a social life right now. I guess the point that I wanted to come across is that we often think of Aboriginal issues as in the past. Our history is of the past. when it's very much now, it's very much happening now in our communities, and you can see it. You can see it in the classroom settings. You can see it when Aboriginal people are going to communities. And I can tell you at 21, I've learned a hell of a lot. And I've experienced a hell of a lot. And this passion that we talk about, and this is it. So that's why I choose to work long hours, and I choose to do events and to become involved, from the North American Indigenous Games to our local FNSA at SFU, to the Friendship Center, to NVAC, to Kaya, to Anya. I can name a million organizations that I'm involved in, and it all drives down to passion. And I can definitely say that I know a lot of amazing Aboriginal young leaders that are coming up, and you guys shouldn't be that scared. Have hope. And on that note, I did want to talk about self-care, and it was a question that was addressed that each of you guys have talked about self-care and culture and balance, and with the intensive work that you guys do, how do you guys maintain that? Because it is heavy, and we all come with histories of heavy past, and I mean, especially in the work field that you guys are now, heavy stuff does come up, and how do you do it, I guess?
I drink a lot. No, I think family is really important to me. Been married, 3 children, and just I go to council every once in a while. I'm a spiritual man as well, and I think it's important just to slow down sometimes and just take care of yourself, because I think too many people, when we go home, we still take care of family. And sometimes we have to remove ourselves from that and take care of ourselves, and especially in the Aboriginal community, because a lot of us do go home to families because they know you've gone to school, they know you've got some social work background, some law. Everybody's going to ask you questions on how to deal with that and take care of family. It's good to do that, but also take some time for yourself, be away from everybody, and don't drink.
I guess I could answer that question in a couple of ways, and I just wanted to make mention of your question when you spoke about working inside, and I'm going to explain that kind of as I talk about self-care, and I'll give you an example. Jerry's right. When you come home at the end of the day on a Friday night on the reserve, my life just continues from my work to home life, because what happens on the reserve sometimes, or in community life, is exactly what got my guys into jail in the first place. So my day goes on and on and on. Self-care is really important. Everybody has a breaking point, and even me, after 12 years in this job, I guess it was a month and a half ago, I'm always the one in our community too, like Jerry, that's always there helping out other community members. A month and a half ago, I heard screaming and coming from our somewhere in our backyard, and the trailer park that's actually behind our place, and it was very unfortunate, but came upon a member of our community who was 17 years of age, actually 16, and had been a victim of a crime. So my day started at Mission Institution that morning and ended at 5 o'clock the next morning after all the police interviews were done. So self-care is really important. I actually had to go to my bosses and I had to say, hey, I need a break. I can't do it. Most of the time, like I said, my job is not my job. It's my way of life. And that's what keeps me going. So when you talk about working inside, you got to remember that come 5 o'clock, you got to be able to close that door and go home. I always really, really respected the fact that we could work at Kent Institution, because I specifically had a 2-hour drive to come home and unwind. 2 hours to think about all the men and their families and the pain and the sorrow that they've been through, and what I had to let go before I went home to my 3 kids and my husband. So, there's a balance that has to happen, and you have to take care of yourself, and you have to, and when things do get the best of you, and you'll find in the system it does, Because there isn't a story that you won't hear that won't hurt your heart in one form or another. And it doesn't matter who you are in this room. There's going to be a man or a woman that's going to make you hurt. And you're going to think about your own experiences, and you're going to wish you could help. So you need to be able to let that go. And I think that we have a lodge in our backyard, and I'm a sweat lodge member too. And I think that the Creator guides me in that every day, and taking care of myself and taking care of our people. Because I wouldn't be where I am if I couldn't take care of myself first. Because you got to be a healthy person to go out and do this. You got to make sure that you take care of yourself, because you can't support the men and women out there if you aren't. Good way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Doug's going to take over, because we kind of do the work the same way.
Yeah, video games. I like video games. I like video games. I play video games. And what else do I do? I have my brother. He's also a sun dancer. So, I mean, if I need to talk to anybody, I do. Who best to? I mean, we both come from the same place. We both had our addictions, and his was a little bit worse than mine. Well, I don't know about that. But anyways, yeah, I mean, so he knows where I'm coming from. And I have the best manager in the world. She is awesome, and she understands how hard it is walking in two worlds, and the line I have to walk, like it's the struggle within me. So, yeah, and she lets me go to a movie every Friday afternoon. So I try to go to a movie. I got my ticket for G.I. Joe already, and I'm ready to go.
How about the Red Cup Men support group you got?
Red Cup Man.
You don't remember that one?
Oh, well, yeah. And there's a bunch of us sun dancers. We're not allowed to drink at Timmy's anymore. Yeah, they kicked us out on last weekend.
Oh my.
For 3 years we were meeting outside at Timmy's on commercial at first, and they told us last weekend that we're not allowed anymore. So now it's going to be Fur and Granville. Plus they have tables outside.
Everyone's looking at me with kind of self. I went to school for it. I had to learn, like I said, I wasn't kidding. I went to school specifically I got my degree in psychology because I wanted to know why I do the things I do, why I did the things I did. And then I went to school specifically going on for my master's because I also wanted to find out. When I started going to law school, I was going, this actually wasn't me. That's actually starting to look at something else. So I quit and I went back to clinical supervision. And it was so that I could learn why I do the things I do and how can I improve it. And if I improve myself more and I figured out my passion more, then I'll be able to actually share it with others, and I'll be able to do even a better job than I'm doing before, last year. So I think my education in itself and my self-improvement helped me keep strong so that I can continue on to help others. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here. I just use school and martial arts and staying in shape and running 7 kilometers a day and doing all the extreme sports that you could possibly shake a stick at. And that's not a suicidal attempt in any form. It's because I took psychology, I can tell you that. I'm registered. I signed a piece of paper saying it's not suicidal. It's just something that I just pretty much needed. I found out years ago when I was just 19 in Mexico that I was allergic to alcohol. I took a shot of tequila, first and last shot, because I walked halfway out the restaurant, fell down on my knees and went, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like it's supposed to be. If this is how you guys feel when you drink, this doesn't feel right. I got up and I started walking a little farther and I fell down on both knees and I kind of laid down on the floor and just went, you know what, I got a feeling somebody's going to have to call the hospital. And if you know Mexico, only a few people can speak English. So they did, they got me to the hospital, and then I was in there for 2 weeks. They told me I was allergic to alcohol. I was like, oh, wow, that's very cool. And, they called me stupid, what's the matter with you? I'm like, why did you have a drink? And I'm like, I didn't know. I was 19. People bought me drinks, but I never drank it. I always just held on to it. Martial arts doesn't allow you to drink. Your body is your temple and your brain is your treasure, so you always actually treat both with the utmost of everything, anything that you have and do. And that's pretty much how I maintain my wellness, physically, and pretty much physically and mentally. I think exercise, or a research study that I did a while back, quite a few years back, was the greatest amount of exertion or lots of sweat actually from all the masters that we did a research on. Why they lived so long was because they all sweat. That was what they all had in common. And I think for me, that's pretty much what I did. So after 7 clicks of running, you kind of sweat a little bit. So that's wellness for me.
I guess, bear with me. My brain kind of scatters here and there. You know, I was talking to Judge Bain the other day, and I was talking with him, and we were talking about like the whole crime and punishment thing, and that's very, very much our beliefs with sentencing. And Doug, the Sundance we go to, where do they come from? What institution do they come from? Where they come and help out at?
Kui.
Yeah.
Kui,
Yes.
right? And they come and help out some of the inmates there. They come and help out with the Sundance and stuff. And you see how helpful that is, and you see all these programs that are very helpful with restorative justice, with the healing process instead of just punishment. I was wondering, have you seen more of a switch into more of a healing process? Because you see with prevention, you see with harm reduction, that it is actually saving more lives, and they're talking about the cost, when in the long term it actually does reduce the cost of a lot of the impacts that they do have. Like you look at Insight and how much it's saving, 370,000 every person who doesn't contract HIV, and how many lives it's saving, and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if you guys are seeing more of a shift towards more of the healing process, more of the preventative measures, more towards, you know, you're talking about helping out the children, because, you know, somebody goes away, it's a family problem. It's not just an individual problem like addiction. It affects the whole community, it affects the family. Are you guys seeing more of a shift towards that? And follow-up question with that, do you guys see what do you how do you think that we could move more forward towards that, and like influence more, or like get more of these programs in?
Okay, for myself, what I would say is, I think that's what Aboriginal programs is all about, incorporating spirituality into these men's lives. You think about it, years ago, you couldn't even bring a braid of sweetgrass into the institution. You'd be lucky if you got an elder in there. Today, these guys are getting they're learning their culture. They're getting their roots back. They're actually being told, okay, you talk about respect. Now, is it the respect of the seven sacred teachings, or is it the respect that you learned in here? What is the proper form of it? I mean, and they have the elders teaching them this. I think that programs is doing a fine job. Again, the problem is finding qualified people. I mean, there is a shortage of people wanting to work inside. And I think it's those people that come inside, the ones that care. I mean, I've always looked at this as when it doesn't feel right, I'll quit. Right now it feels fine. I'm happy doing it, because I'm actually making a difference. I mean, go back to 1990, that one young man that was talking to me, and he was telling me how he was using his spirituality to stay out. I mean, and back then, actually, it was one of my elders that went in and was talking to him too. Back then, you were lucky to get an elder to go in. Like, they were only letting a few people in, and it was sporadic. So I think, yeah, the incorporation of spirituality into programs and gearing it towards Aboriginals. They include elders in the program itself, so that, say, they're talking about something and they need to show how it connects to the culture. They have an elder there to make that connection. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I mean, I think personally for myself, through programs, I think it's starting to work.
I want to add a bit onto that too. Jerry and I were just talking about this. Whatever programs and services you develop in the Aboriginal community. Now, if a client has an area of risk that includes alcohol and drugs, we have to look for something in the Aboriginal community that, and as part of the GLAD-U type decision we write for Section 84, we have to look for those programs that kind of fit together and would address alcohol and drugs at the community level. Okay? Because I'm going to put this report together with Marge White, and it's going to go in front of the Parole Board of Canada. So when we look at Aboriginal programs in the community that meet that risk managed availability, we look at Doug's program, and we look at Haywoodnook and Urban Vancouver, and we look at some of the stuff that Dennis has been involved in too. And these are the things, the Aboriginal programs are the agencies that come forward to offer those programs up. They're put in this plan, and that addresses risk management in an Aboriginal perspective. So it is successful in what we think it's successful in. But, you know, and I'm speaking as a member of the Aboriginal community right now to say that my report and the report of the parole officers all goes to the Parole Board of Canada to make a decision as to whether risk is manageable at the community level based on that release plan. Okay? And sometimes it's not. Sometimes the parole board doesn't see it as addressing risk. And I think I'm going to let Jerry speak to some of the parole hearings that we've been in. And yes, I'd like to say we have positive results in the Aboriginal community. It's just getting past the parole board to have more positive results and have Aboriginal communities sitting there at the parole board hearings saying, yeah, you know, we're taking responsibility here. I'll let you continue on.
Yeah, for me, I don't think it goes far enough.
Yeah.
The numbers don't show the results that we'd like to see. There's good guys like Doug and Laura and our friends here, but I don't think we have enough to reach all the brothers and sisters in the correctional institute. And I think there needs to be more, like Doug says, we need more people inside. We also need more outside. We need to educate our community to accept our brothers and sisters back to the community. Laura's trying to do that. The first urban hearing was last year. It's a historic moment. It got no news on it at all. The young fellow was very successful, and he's now starting his own construction company. I mean, that's pretty amazing. So it does work, but that's one young fellow.
That's right.
There's more people that need to go through Section 84 and be heard in the urban community. We've got to educate our people as well. We've got to work with our people and make sure the chiefs and council and the urban leadership start working with our people and starting to accept them back. I mean, some of the horrific crimes that happen within our own communities is not good. But we have to educate our people to say they're still our family. And so, no, it's not gone far enough for me. There needs to be a lot more money put into another halfway house for men and women.
Yeah.
We've got a wait list of 9 men. That's a long list. So we need another halfway house for men. Even the Anderson Lodge, it's a women's halfway house. I think they have a wait list of 6 now too, which is the numbers are small, but it's worth getting out there that we have 2 programs for men and women, and we've never had a wait list before. Now they know that we're out there. And you know why that happened? We rebuilt the place and made them into nice homes for the men and the women coming back into the community. And so those little small things make men and women want to come to the programs. And it's structure and a good building.
Yeah.
They don't have to live in dumps all the time. We don't have to do that. It's the same with group homes. I mean, it's just, we shouldn't be doing that. So no, it's not fair yet. It's not there yet. Sorry, Doug. I know you do a good job, and I love you, and you do really great
Yeah,
work with
same
the
here.
guys.
Yeah.
But there's only one Doug.
Yeah. We
in
need
all
more
of
Dougs.
BC.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. We need more. We definitely need more out there. I just want to leave one thought with you too. When we're working with men and women on federal parole, it's integration versus reintegration. Keep that in mind, okay? A lot of the men and women we work with are integration. They have never been anywhere. They have not been a part of anything. So it's our role, and that's how Marge taught me, is our role is to help people find their way and to network into Aboriginal communities. So that's what we do. We help them integrate into the community. Is that a good way of putting it? Yeah? Oh, it's
Hello, good evening. My name is Sarah Britton. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario. I just want to honor everybody here. I'm Coast Salish Territory. I'm a student at NEC, and my goal is to be a family support worker. My biggest question is, what alternatives have you looked at besides men and women being incarcerated, especially Aboriginal men and women? Have you looked at that, like sentencing circles, having the elders, chief and council making decisions? Because I'm asking because I have friends that I love and care about. Anonymity, so I'm not going to mention names for safe reasons, and to me what I've seen happen is like a revolving door. They're in and out of the system. And I don't really think that's effective, and there has to be other means or something. I don't think locking somebody up is always the answer. And if someone has special needs, like FAS, what is being done to really help that person? That's my question.
Good question. And I kind of answered it earlier. The model of care that we've been doing for the last 15 years is specifically one where it's actually the community. And it's part of the medical, part of a medical model as well as a spiritual model is at the same time teaching traditional culture, bringing elders in, mental health and therapists as well. And then the end product would actually be the education and possibly the career. We've been doing this, like I said, for the First Nations Court for the last 6 years, and they're very successful, 100% successful. And I'm looking at developing First Nations courts throughout the province. And again, like I said, not giving up. I still got a few more years with it. I'm still looking at others actually taking on the project as well. It's not, I don't have to do it. It's not an Art Paul First Nations court. It's First Nations court for everywhere. It's every community. And I've been throughout the whole province already, bringing the same process to up north, the island. And it's only some communities that are actually healthy enough to actually want to take it on and willing to take it. Some believe that it's a circle sentencing concept. Some believe and recognize the model of care where it's the medical and medical as well as spiritual. And it's them trying to find that path. And all I can do is guide them through it. I can't tell them how to do it. I can show them what's been successful and what we've been doing successful. The success we've just had in Kamloops. And it's a group, it's a team of elders that are in the group as well as one professional. So the process it's starting. It's starting slow. I didn't really want it to start like a raging bushfire would go right across the province. I want to make sure that each one of them are very successful. And the leaders who lead it are from the community. It's not me. I just come in and teach the whole concept of it, the idea. I convince the judge, I convince the Crown, Duty Council, and I start convincing some of the community members that are actually going to be a part of the sentence options to the individual and their healing process. And then from that point, it's that community who help make the decision for that individual, with that individual. He or she are the ones who make the decision. As you know yourself, I could not make you guys all eat Brussels sprouts if I tried. But if I, everybody in the room cooked it a different way and a cool way, it might taste great and you might try it. Doesn't mean we'll love it, it means maybe we'll try it. So the concept is just bringing different options to the table for individuals to start to grow. Like I said, it is that old adage, you can lead a horse to water, right? But it's the kind of leadership that we need to show within our communities. That's why I said earlier, your passion is the one that guides you. And it's passion in our communities. If we can find those passionate young leaders, you know what, we can actually start making a difference, and we can stop the context of actually incarceration. I'm not saying it should be stopped 100%. There are people who should go to jail, and there are people who shouldn't. But those who go to jail have the right, have the just right to be rehabilitated and have therapy and healing. They have that right, and it cannot be taken away from them. But once they're inside, it's who we have inside that can be the leader to actually lead them in that direction and continue on. Now, years ago, like I said to you before, at the beginning I was a prison liaison worker. So we started first actually in the community. The court workers were actually in the community working with the individual. If the individual was sentenced to corrections, the prison liaison workers started working with the individual and introducing them to the correctional system, telling them this isn't the place you want to be. You need healing, and the healing process has to be brought in, and people have to be brought in specific for that purpose. It was a hard job back then, and I was met with tons of racism. You know, the funniest thing is when I told you earlier about the Federal Correctional Officer Training Program, which was only 7 years ago. 7 years ago, on the wall in a federal correctional institution was the word chugs. And it was up on the wall for quite a while. It was really weird, because you're going, how could that possibly be in this day and time that they would still actually use those words? We finally got rid of them, but it's still, the words are still out there. But it's the concept of actually healing and working with the healing and with the community. And it's actually convincing the judges and Crown and Duty Council to actually be a part of that and getting your community involved. It's going to work. It's just I'm taking my time. I can't be anywhere, everywhere, and I'm trying to teach as many. I just finished teaching 6 court workers in First Nations courts, and they're going back to their communities throughout the province to try to push it. So it is there, but again, we're just working slowly at it. And this is only BC. Think about what's happening right across Canada. It's still happening. So there's no First Nations courts across that. So, and then we keep using the word guided reporting. Does anybody here in the room know where Gladue was started? At least the panel should know. She's definitely know. Anybody else? The panel definitely should know where Gladue started. Anybody else in the room know where Gladue started? Nobody? Wow. Gladue started actually in Nanaimo. It's actually a family. Our court worker was the first individual in the courtroom who actually interviewed the individuals and started the Gladue reporting process. And it was that court worker who doesn't work no longer works for us. She actually works for the Residential School Society. But it was that court worker who started, wrote the first report, put the context of it all together, and then submitted that to the courts. Then Ontario, Judge Rudin, or Jonathan Rudin, lawyer, professor, said, geez, that sounds really good. And they actually started at a Gladue court. and I'm going, how come we don't have one here in BC? And again, it goes back to the concept again of leadership and who you can find in your community or in your organization to lead and start developing that. I couldn't start a Gladue court here in BC. I decided I'll just start a First Nations court. Sounds better. But Gladue courts does operate in Ontario. But it was started here in BC. Just the court capitalized on it and didn't make sure that it was a Gladue court here. And Gladue reporting is actually a part of the law. It's actually every Aboriginal has the right to have Gladue report. Problem is that some judges don't believe that. And some judges make decisions that this is a type of case where a Gladue report isn't required. And it's just the weirdest thing you hear, especially when you see that it's in law and it says you have to consider it because he's an Aboriginal person. and you have a judge who doesn't. You can't argue with the judge. You can only appeal it, appeal his decision. And maybe somebody here will help when you go to law school and become lawyers, and you'll beat that case. So we'll make sure every judge follows the law.
So I want to add to that and just kind of leave you with a thought on that as well. How do you do mandatory minimum sentences and GLADU? You have to go home and you have to, well, you don't have to, but look at the GLADU and what the recommendations are on the GLADU decision. Then think about mandatory minimum sentences and some little Laura Baird from Soto First Nation that was out, who had parents drunk every night and she got herself in trouble. Think about that and think about what the punishment should be for her. Am I right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and that's why the judges have so much trouble in the sentencing. Well, how do you sentence somebody that has a mandatory minimum by law, right?
Just going back to your question there, again, I don't think it goes far enough, and we don't take care of the chronic kind of inmates. And we see them go to downtown East End all the time. I mean, where do we go with that? I mean, they do have the FASD and those kind of problems, and so we kind of leave them alone and let them go back to jail, I think. And I think that's, again, not a right thing for the system to do, because it's a lot easier to do it that way. For their own protection, they're in there. And to me, that's not a right way to take care of them. They have a look at their history, as these three have talked about, where they're coming from. So we forget about those, and that's the sad part in our business here, that nobody cares for these people that you see and wondering where they go. They just go back. Eventually they die, in the system. It's like social work. I mean, I was a social worker in my former life here, and I saw that, in there, and they're trying to make corrections there now too, and same with corrections now. But still, we've got a lot of work to do here, and I think keep going back to family life and spirituality. I think they won't have that. Anybody ever has a chance to listen to Dr. Martin Broccoli, you should really go and listen to him. And, he is coming in July, so I'm just advertising for you right now, for Martin Broccoli. He's one of my heroes, because he talks about family life, and he talks from corrections perspective. That was his first job, was being a chaplain in corrections. So, and I think we need to listen to people like him. So, I know it's not the right answer you want to hear, but it's there. And maybe somebody here in this room can make that difference for us. And I know we got the converted here. I'm not lambasting Art here. He's doing his best he can do, but it's not far enough. I think we need to do more of that. Thank you.
And I know when there's when the guys are inside, they've actually developed a modified program for the guys that have learning difficulties. They take it a little slower, it's not as intense. And if they come into the community, which is the programs I do, then I'll, for guys like that, I'll do one-on-one work. I just find it's a lot easier, and we can go at their pace. It may take us a little longer, but I mean, it's at their pace. And I do think it works. And they know it, because they know that the care is there, because I don't like doing one-on-ones. They're really hard to do when you have running other programs. But just to put that extra effort in. And I think they do realize that there is care there, and they put the effort in.
Thank you, Tom. I think we have two quick questions, because we are going to be closing really soon. I know one is here, and then
Can I take it off? Yeah. Hi, my name is Lorraine Gardner, and my native name is Sparkling River Woman, and I have 3 children, and they're all graduating, all graduates, and one is getting an award as we speak. But my question is, proud mom, just shaking nervous. Sorry everyone, look at this shake. The shake, sorry. But anyway, I consider myself an elder as an older person, but slightly displaced as First Nation woman because I didn't grow up on a reservation. And I was just wondering, as you mentioned that elders should be involved, and I'm a student at NEC and just wonder, how do you figure we should be involved? You might have said it, but I missed it. A lot of people, she mentioned it already. But I know that a lot of people in jail are incarcerated on fabricated charges. I was almost one of them. And so what do you do and how do you prove it? You know, like what do you do for people like that? You know, they're incarcerated and it's fabricated and you know they didn't do anything wrong and stuff like that. And how do you think an elder can help out? You know, like, do you all trust us? You know, like, because I wasn't from Missouri, like, non-alcoholic, non-drug addict. You know, all my kids are like, you know, graduates and stuff.
I can speak to this. Yep. Yep, oh, it's okay. First off, your Indianness is what's in your heart. It doesn't matter where you come from. It's what's in your heart. So, you know, if you come from the reserve or if you don't come from the reserve, it's still about who you are here. So, I gotta tell you though, I gotta put my corrections hat on and tell you that every guy I work with has never done anything wrong. Okay, they're never. Just so you're aware.
Yeah, I know, they all come out like that. They say they're innocent.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody inside.
Yeah, so all of us have to go through that in our hearts, and that's what they do inside, is that as the programs inside, the elders, the support, it takes them through that healing process in their life, and brings them humility, face to face, what's brought them into the institution. So, you know, like I have met a couple people that that their charges were questionable. And it made sense when I talked to Marge and a group in Vancouver. They said some Aboriginal people, when a police officer says, "Why did you go there? What did you do there?" Well, he may have been too drunk, and it's like after a while, after 17 hours of question after question after question, they want to say, "Yeah, I did it." So then they come to jail. I have met the two people that have gone through the legal services, and I think they're wrongfully accused. And, you know, those cases are referred there. I don't make that, but, you know, it's usually their community that refers them there. As an Aboriginal person in the community, if you want to be involved as an elder, there's all sorts of community, like even coming to Circle of Eagles and asking, is there anything you can do at Circle? I think we have at Vancouver Parole, we have a volunteer area as well, where we're always looking for people that want to be actively involved, and we have an Aboriginal community liaison officer. She's doing all sorts of projects. She's doing reading, all sorts of things. Well, we'd love to have you come and be part of that.
Well, I know that on a personal experience, I was attempted rape, and I called a police officer, and the chief of police happened to come to my door, and I told him what happened, and I told him who did it.
Yeah.
And he said, "That is my son, and you can make a report if you want to, but it's not going to go anywhere because who are they going to believe?
Yeah.
The son of a chief of police, or you?" And it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So these are the kind of injustices that I'm talking about. That, you know, like life just isn't fair.
Yeah. And it certainly does happen. I can't say that it doesn't, and I don't mean to minimize the fact that there are people in the system, men and women, that have gone through all of it. And I hear it from the community level to the pre-sentencing to, while they're in the institution. I hear it, a case where a young man comes forward and he's just come into jail and he's young, beautiful, and then comes to me a week later and he's been raped. And I'm like, well, why didn't you tell somebody? Well, I told people and nobody believed me. So yeah, I understand that there are those injustices, and hopefully what we do in the Aboriginal community and having people like myself and like Jerry's group and our Aboriginal community liaison can help Aboriginal men and women reach out and get the proper help. Because it's not just inside the boundaries of our community. There are people like a Jerry's organization that can help us do that. So then I don't know, my abuser was inside too, and I came face to face at one time and didn't know how to approach that either. So, but we have to be strong and have to reach out and find the people in the community. I didn't find it inside. I didn't find my help from the institutional system. I found it from the elders and the people in the community that could give me some understanding about how I needed to forgive or how I needed to go and talk to somebody else to get the help I needed. Does that answer your question?
Well, a little bit.
Yeah?
Kind of. Yeah, but there's so many issues about people that are inside. So many things that happen to First Nations people that nothing gets done. You know, like if, for example, I broke up with someone and the police came and I left. They let me go.
Yeah.
And then I spoke to him the next day and they took all his ID and all his money.
Yeah.
And I said, why didn't you call the police? And he said, they were the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really hard for me to trust the justice system.
No, and I agree with that. Yeah, most definitely. And it happens. We had a man I worked with in Vancouver, and he and a girlfriend went out and they had drinks, and it led one thing to the other, and all of a sudden there was something at the end of it. And I said to my husband, I said, one of the things that we don't teach our man children is we always teach our women children, our man children, no, you don't do that with a woman, but we never tell our women, we never teach our women children, right? So, what was that? So I'll try and finish up, but I do hear what you're saying, and I see it every day. When you walk around the institution, they don't walk around just because of the pain that they have for the fact that they're incarcerated. All the memories that those men and women have are something that's happened to them before. I don't think Creator made angry people to come to jail and bad people. They just didn't. It's a lot of things, like Jerry said, that brought people into jail. So, and we got to work hard to change that. And I'm going to start. You guys are going to take it another step, and then your kids are going to finish it. And then we can be proud. And then we're not going to be institutions filled with Aboriginal people. We'll be institutions filled with people. They won't be there anymore. We'll be out here in the community being healthy. That's my vision.
Yeah, the changes are happening, that they're small and incremental, but I think, cases like yours still happen, and maybe you have to bring it forward to us, and we can talk about it and deal with it, because it shouldn't happen to you, not in this day and age, because it's unfair to our people to accept that from the authorities, and that's what I really need to look at. The discrepancy in the authorities and the Aboriginal people there's still a ways to go in, and you brought an example that it's not working for you. I feel bad for you, but
There's a lot.
Pardon?
There's a lot. There's more than just
Oh,
that.
no, for sure.
Yeah.
But there's slowly
Like in my
occurring.
life alone.
Yeah.
We'll talk at the break. Okay.
I think just to interject for a bit, I don't know if you wanted to quickly come down, because I know that it's definitely been a long day for the panelists, I imagine. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm one of the scooped SXDs.
Oh, okay.
Myself and my 6 other brothers and sisters. And I've worked a lot with Burnaby Youth Detention and a girls club. My focus is intervention. Is there a venue where the prison system can have those First Nations, those incarcerated, be the help, not like Scared Straight, but to help be interventors to help young children that are on the outside to redirect them, their lives, rather than going down the bad street.
Easy.
I know that there's a few guys that were in my program. They were actually talking to groups. They would talk to certain groups. There was one offender. He actually, in cooperation with the VPD and another agency, I can't remember, would go into a school. And then there's with Circle. I think you had a program, and hopefully it'll be up again. There's programs out there where individuals serving federal sentences upon parole, they will go in and talk. I know a few of the parole officers take guys, and they'll go to high schools and talk to people in high schools and whatnot. There are things going on out there in the community. I wonder who you would talk to in our office about that if you wanted to learn more. Maybe talk to the ACLO.
Yeah. Aboriginal Community
Liaison Officer.
Yeah.
In the Vancouver Parole Office. If you want to learn more about it, she'll be able to, I guess, help you out. I don't think it's anything that's very organized at the moment, other than Jerry's.
Yeah.
And that's about, I'll let Jerry talk on that.
Yeah, we had an after-hours program at Broadway Commercial called Easy. And it was a program for young folks, 14 to 25-year-olds, who, and on the weekends, we know they go partying and drinking, and we tried to do an intervention with them. And we had one of the brothers working with them and doing quite well with them, trying to talk to them about not going down the path he had gone, and trying to assist them through their troubled times. Because he was older, they listened to him, and they really gravitated to him, and I think he did a really good job with the kids. I think they really loved him. They're going to miss him.
Yeah.
Even the police recognized the work that the youth workers did there after hours. It was a recognized program. It won awards from provincial government and the federal government, and yet they decided to close it because who knows why. Funding sources are different now. So we're trying to correct that, and we're closing into this month, and we're trying to apply for more funding. But I mean, it's what do we do with the kids that are still out there? And it started because there were kids committing suicide 5 years ago. There was a whole those two young women that had died from alcohol poisoning. So we had to deal with that. The Aboriginal community and the police and the youth got together. It was the elders and the youth that actually got it going finally, because they said the elders and the youth decided, enough political talk, just get to work and get help for these kids. And so that's how it happened. So Marge Whitegain was involved in that one too. So I mean, it's there, but it's not there now. It's kind of disappointing.
So I think we are past the time of the event, getting messages pulled, and we're going to lose our bridge here with the connecting communities. And I wanted to thank you guys for joining. It's definitely made the event added greater depth to it, and I definitely wanted to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight and for the last event, because it's taught me a lot. It's taught me about planning and more community. Where do I even start? Initiatives that I want to take on, such as that you had mentioned, because right now I'm looking for ideas for my master's, and I'm thinking of 3 different master's programs, and I'm like, oh my god, that sounds like an awesome idea that I can take on. But for now, I did want to acknowledge each of the panelists coming out. It's been an amazing pilot project for me to run at SFU, and I'm looking forward to relaunching it next year. With my graduating year coming up pretty soon, I'm really excited, and really what I wanted to leave with these events is that it's going to go beyond this. I'm definitely going to be using this with the Aboriginal Summer Day camps not just a scare tactic, but really more as like an educational tool for them, because I do work with a lot of Aboriginal family programming, and for these events, they can't always happen. It takes time, and it takes organization, and it takes money, and for the idea is to have this, for family programs being able to relearn this and come this, and I think I'm going to come to a close, because I feel like Crystal really needs to say something. No? Okay, then, oh, sorry. Okay. So with that note, I did want to thank you guys. One more thing, Doug?
I just want to say one thing. Again, I'd like to reiterate that we need people to get involved.
That's right.
We need people to get involved. And if you're kind of on the line about whether, you don't know much about corrections, our volunteer coordinator is here, and you can always volunteer at the Vancouver Parole and work with some of the guys in different areas. I have people come into the program. It's where Alyssa was she volunteered for my program and sat in on it. And so, I mean, there's ways to get involved. And this is a good, if you're thinking about the field, maybe it's a good time to look at this.
Thank you.
You did a wonderful job.
We're part of the First Nations Technology Council.
Sorry, I did forget to mention to you guys that you guys would be recorded. I guess I should have emailed that.
What? Oh, I don't want to be recorded. Cut all my parts out.
Say hello to
Okay. Anybody that hasn't grabbed one yet, please grab one of the FNSA notepads. We've got a little takeaway for everybody. Thanks so much for coming down.
Nice meeting you. You bet.
Sorry, one side, I'll stand on the other.
You're making us get the poster together?
Yeah. Oh, a picture? Come on.
I think we're supposed to get a picture here.
There we go.
Just go squeeze in.
Ready?
Ready?
The elevator's right there.
Oh, yeah.
Steve, one more.
Nobody was smiling. Everybody was blinking.
That little boy was so cute.
Oh, yeah.
No, but go. Thank you.
She worked for me. She actually did a part of it. She did the outline.
Was I blinking?
So we had a chance to talk to her about, hey, you have a copy of Art's model here?
What are you doing? Oh, you're going shopping, right? Yeah, right. I seen it on Facebook. Well, wait for me. We're going to go shopping. So.
Had to take my personal piece sometime.
Oh, this kid?
Email all the time. You know?
I can't. I got programmed.
Where did I meet?
You'll have some answers for me.
Howard.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, right. I got my my new shoes. I better take those, eh? See you around.
Your 84 up there yet?
We do a lot. We're attempting it. Once again on the bond, but it's a slow process. We just started, our elder just started to some band members.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. I was thinking, it's too bad Marcia would come up and talk with you about it. That'd be awesome to do some support.
It would be nice to
Yeah, I'm gonna
Have a few more people. Because it took a while.
Yeah, Friday morning and like Sunday.
Well, and the Gamley Bun's really only been around for about a year and a half. Like, we opened September 2011, so we're just starting to really get up and running. And
Yeah.
That's a lot of organization. And you know, everybody, guys are happy about going there. They've never, I've never heard a bad thing about it.
yeah, actually, working with one of your guys.
You should talk soon.
I have no problem with that.
He's driving in Prince George in the winter. He drove his car, little tiny car up to camp in the winter time.
Yeah.
You have to ask him to tell you the story.
He has a history, eh? Oh my God. I wrote down his 84 report. You know, I still cry when I read it. You know, you can't do it. Right.
Well, you know what?
Carrie, no, I don't care, it still hurts.
You're on there. She's got a good work.
I'm looking forward to say hello to you guys eventually.
I know it was going home for a visit. Yeah, it's supposed to be this weekend. Because I know they sent me a note about it, and I said, no, you can go directly to Carolyn on the island and do it. He doesn't have to do a special red letter or anything.
I'm really excited. Not really, but.
Well, I love it because,
Thank you so much for coming. It was really great to meet you. Right? I was like, oh my goodness, no, it was amazing. I loved your humor. It was really great. Oh. Thank you. Oh.
oh, thank you. It is. It needs community support to develop more programs to develop funding. Exactly. That's where
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay. Perfect. That was great. Interns, thank you so much.
She said, I'm not going to be everything, but I'm used to. There's been more like
It's like a
Didn't matter where I work. I was free. I couldn't walk. I couldn't
no problem.
I'm going to my house.
You know where I am.
Okay.
Ours is that way when it comes, yeah. Yeah.
I know. I'm so, I get so much. And I went to the